accept our apologies. And from the church centre, new rules: there's no vaping or smoking allowed in the church grounds, I'm afraid. So welcome one and all to this summer gathering of Fife Presbytery for worship, conference and business. You are all, wherever you have come from and wherever you are going, at the end, you are all welcome in Jesus' name. Let us worship God. Our help is in the name of the Lord, the maker of heaven and earth. And let's say together the prayerful call to worship from Engage Worship. Open us up, God, for all you have for us today. Open our eyes, God, to see you reflected in every human face. Open our hearts, God, to feel your compassion for this broken world. Open our ears, God, to hear the whisper of your Spirit and the wisdom of your word. Open our hands, God. This is your ministry, your kingdom, your power, your glory. Open our lips, God, that our mouths may sing out your praise. We sing together. Bless the Lord, O my soul. Please take your seats. I'd now like to invite Giles Dove, Giles Dove, our interim mission director, to come and lead us in prayer. Probably best from Giles.
Grace, mercy, and peace from God our Father and the Lord Jesus Christ. In St. John's Gospel at chapter 13 and at verse 35 we read, "By this everyone will know that you are my disciples, if you have love for one another." By this everyone will know that you are my disciples, if you have love for one another. Do not fear the silence, but seek the presence of God in this place. Let us pray. Fix your eyes upon Jesus, look full in his wonderful face, and the things of earth will grow strangely dim in the light of his glory and grace. Fix your eyes upon Jesus. O Lord, our heavenly Father, almighty and everlasting God, who hast safely brought us to the beginning of this day, defend us in the same with thy mighty power, and grant that this day we fall into no sin, neither run into any kind of danger, but that all our doings may be ordered by thy governance, to do always that is righteous in thy sight. Most merciful God, Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, we confess that we have sinned in thought, word, and deed. We have not loved you with our whole heart. We have not loved our neighbours as ourselves. In your mercy, forgive what we have been. Help us to amend what we are, and direct what we shall be, that we may do justly, love mercy, and walk humbly with you, our God. Go before us, O Lord, in all our doings, with thy most gracious favour, and further us with thy continual help, that in all our works, begun, continued, and ended in thee, we may glorify thy holy name, and finally, by thy mercy, obtain everlasting life. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. In the power of the Spirit, and in union with Christ Jesus, let us pray to the Father, using the words that the Lord Jesus taught us, saying, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever. Amen. Spirit of the living God, fall afresh on us. Spirit of the living God, fall afresh on us. Melt us, mould us, fill us, use us. Spirit of the living God, fall afresh on us. Amen.
Thank you, Giles. Two Bible readings, firstly from Hosea chapter 2, verses 14 to 20, read by Bill Sweeney. Bill, if Presbytery approves, will be the new superintendent's convener. And Elder at Burnt Island, a big day for Burnt Island and Kinghorn tomorrow as we vote on the union. And then Acts 14, 21 to 28, read by Debbie Dobby, minister at Beath North County. So, two Bible readings, thank you.
This passage is entitled "The Lord's Love for Unfaithful Israel." But then I will win her back once again. I will lead her into the desert and speak tenderly to her there. I will return her vineyards to her and transform the valley of trouble into a door of hope. She will give herself to me there as she did long ago when she was young, when I freed her from her captivity in Egypt. When that day comes, says the Lord, you will call me my husband instead of my master. O Israel, I will wipe the many names of Baal from your lips, and you will never mention them again. On that day I will make a covenant with all the wild animals and the birds of the sky, and the animals that scurry along the ground, so they will not harm you. I will remove all weapons of war from the land, all swords and bows, so you can live unafraid in peace and safety. I will make you my wife forever, showing you righteousness and justice, unfailing love and compassion. I will be faithful to you and make you mine, and you will finally know me as the Lord. Amen.
They, Paul and Barnabas, preached in Derbe and made many disciples. Then they returned to Lystra, Iconium and Antioch, strengthening the hearts of the disciples and urging them to remain in the faith. They warned them that getting into God's kingdom would mean going through considerable suffering. In every church they appointed elders by laying hands on them. They fasted, prayed, and commended them to the Lord in whom they had believed. They went through Pisidia and came to Pamphylia, and when they had spoken the word in Perga, they went down to Attalia. From there they sailed to Antioch, which was where they had been commended to God's grace for the work which they had accomplished. Once there, they called the church together and told them all the things which God had done with them, and how he had opened a door of faith for the Gentiles. They stayed there a long time with the disciples. May God bless the reading and hearing of his word.
Thank you, Debbie, and well, let's pray. One God in Trinity and Trinity in unity, Father, Son and Holy Spirit. With astonishment, we see that you renew our strength constantly. Allow us not to forget your presence, even in adversity, your peace, even in turmoil, and your grace made perfect in our weakness. Speak, O Lord, and in our turn, we will renew our gratefulness, and we will sing of your love. Amen. The Presbytery has gone AI. The real Jim Reed isn't here today. The real Jim Reed would be walking in the hills, or even better, the hills at the coast. But maybe not. The Doris Moor, the tide races of the Doris Moor, looking over from Ardfern up to Creenan, over to Jura, Scarborough, the Corryvreckan, where Bill Hunter will be in a few weeks' time. Not the Corryvreckan, I hasten to add, this is a very good swimmer, but Jura and Isla. The Doris Moor, quite a piece of water. Of course, the Gaels have a word for it. If you're at all into hill walking or travelling around, particularly the west coast of Scotland, the Gaelic word is so descriptive of the geography, the contours, the feel. The Doris Moor, the big door. Or the Corrie Gavin, the hidden valley, the lost valley in Glencoe, which opens up quite spectacularly when you come in and come upon it. Now, in these two readings from Hosea and Luke's account of the mission of the church in Acts, there's a Doris more, a big door in both readings. Hosea's door of hope. Hosea acted out a lived out prophecy, told to marry an unfaithful wife. And that relationship would be a portrayal of the waywardness of the whole people of Israel, the whole people of God, and yet of God's faithfulness. How can I give you up? His faithfulness, God's faithfulness through trouble and strife, is no more powerfully shown than in these verses which Bill read, particularly, and transform the valley of trouble, the valley of Achor. If the Gaels have a word for it, so do the ancient Hebrews. The valley of Achor, the valley of trouble, transformed into a door of hope. The valley of trouble was a whirlpool of Israelite deceit, a byword for waywardness. Read all about it in Judges chapter 7. And yet, God, through the prophet Hosea, promises to bring hope out of trouble. A door of hope indeed in the valley of Achor, the valley of trouble. Troubles aplenty assail the churches of all denominations in Scotland. Declining and ageing memberships, financial meltdown, the post-COVID decline in attendance, the disparity between retirals and recruitment, presbytery planning cuts and closed doors. I could go on. And those in my congregation know that I do go on, but I won't go on. You know the picture, you know the scenario, no doubt, because we're all part of it. But remember how, when speaking to Peter, Jesus said that I will build my church and the gates of death will not overcome it. So he opened the door of hope and trust in Jesus to keep the gates of death shut against his church. So in those valleys of trouble in church and community, what would a door of hope actually look like? Well, can I illustrate? Some years ago, a young mum of 4, not long after giving birth to her youngest child, was taken critically and seriously ill with a form of leukemia. She was at death's door, and it was Easter time. But thankfully, through prayer and the skill of the oncology team, she pulled through. But during that time, folk in the community, and the church as well, rallied round to help. They started a meals ministry for the family, which the church and community took on beyond that. And so many of those who had the meals ministry joined the rota, a door of hope in the valley of trouble. And then there's Paul and Barnabas and the open door of faith. They called the church together and told them all the things which God had done with them and how he had opened a door of faith for the Gentiles. What a surprise! God's love, salvation, the Lord Jesus Christ and the gift of the Holy Spirit are for offering to all, not just for Jews, but for Gentiles, non-Jews, for all. And the door of faith is not just ajar slightly, it's open. It's well and truly open. Sure, if we read on to Acts chapter 15, we read about a church meeting, presbytery, diocesan synod, general assembly, call it what you will, which would debate and ratify the Gentile mission. But you may as well try to chase the wind. You may as well try to bottle fresh air. The door of faith is open. The wind of the Spirit is blowing. God is on the move, and you'd better go with the flow of his Spirit. So in our churches and communities, what would an open door of faith look like? And it might not be a church building. I was chairing the AGM of the local youth worker project at the Kirkcaldy Area Reach Out Trust yesterday, and we heard some fantastically encouraging news. A door of faith has opened, and Fife Council have added Walk Through the Bible, which Chris Beattie and Carter promoted in the Kirkcaldy area and Glenrothes area. It's now, Walk Through the Bible is now on the list of resources for Fife education, 130 odd primary schools. Now that's a door of faith, wouldn't you agree? Seeds of Growth, one of the enthusing and encouraging things at the General Assembly was the Seeds of Growth, £25 million to encourage fresh expressions of worship. Doors of faith. Give us the eyes and the discernment to both see them and go through them. And we're hearing this morning not just the Seeds of Growth, but of the new developments in workplace chaplaincy and of mission in contemporary Scotland. So mission is very much at the forefront and thrust and theme of today. So let's pray and look and give and trust that in these days of closure, decline in community and church, that the Lord will continue to open doors of hope in valleys of trouble and doors of faith with surprising and energizing results. God, give us those doors. Amen, and thanks be to God. Let's pray. Lord Jesus Christ, your cross speaks both to us and to our world. In your dying for us, you accepted the pain and hurt of the whole creation. The arms of your cross stretch out across the broken world in reconciliation. You have made peace with us. Help us to make peace with you by sharing in your reconciling work. May we recognize your spirit, disturbing and challenging us to care for creation and for the poor who most feel the effects of its abuse, for the refugee, outcast, stranger, marginalized, forgotten folk of this world, for the war-torn, hunger-ravaged, drought-stricken, earthquake-homeless, flood-flotsam, headline makers too soon forgotten. May we remember that we, they, all, may cast our cares on you, for you care for us, them, all. O Jesus, suffering servant, Saviour, the whole of creation groans. Set us free and make us whole. Fit and form, refit and reform your church to meet this hour of crisis and opportunity. Help us discern the door of hope in the valley of trouble. Encourage us to enter through the open door of faith. So we constitute ourselves the Presbytery of Fife, a court of your Son's church here on earth, met in worship, conference, and to transact business. Fill us with all truth, and in all truth with all peace. Where your church is corrupt, purge it. Where it is in error, direct it. Where anything is amiss, reform it. Where it is right, strengthen and confirm it. Where it is in want, furnish it. Where it is divided, heal it. And unite us, for we are your church. Unite us as your church in your love, through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen. And we sing our second hymn, which is a hymn of mission written by Christopher Idle. Chris Idle, a great name for a vicar or a minister. Chris Idle. And it's a hymn of mission. What is our mission in this place? Thanks to Gordon. It's to the tune Kingsfold.
Oh,
Holy Spirit, move our hearts, mend us and make us one. In beautiful variety our heaven on earth begun. And may the grace of the Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us all, now and forevermore. Amen. Friends, please take your seats. We move now to our conference session, in which agility and flexibility are the order of the day. Liam Fraser, who was to be our first speaker, can only imagine that there's a hold up on the bridge between Linlithgow and here. So hope and pray that Liam will come. Having read his book and having heard him speak to the Church Society, he's certainly got a message to bring. So hope and pray that Liam will indeed be with us. So having given David and Brian the choice, Brian and Debbie are first on the floor. Brian, in a sense, needs no introduction. Always wary when someone says that because they go on to give an introduction. We're going to give an introduction to Brian, not in the way that we know him in Presbytery as business convener and the various hats that he has worn in the time that he has served, but he was convener of the late lamented Workplace Chaplaincy Scotland and has extensive experience in workplace chaplaincy. He told me the other day that he is as excited as he ever was, maybe even more so, about the possibilities of workplace chaplaincy. Did you know that, as it was then called, industrial chaplaincy first appeared in Scotland in Fife in 1947 in the form of Tullis Russell works, which I think are part of Arkinch parish. So Fife has quite a lineage in industrial chaplaincy. And Brian's joined by workplace chaplaincy chaplain Debbie Dobby, Minister of Beef and Cowdenbeath North. She's also ministries convener as part of the Board of Mission and workplace chaplain with the Royal Mail. So Brian and Debbie, thanks for your agility and flexibility and being first on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Moderator. Agility is not something I've been accused of recently, so I'm very pleased to accept that. Thank you for your introduction. Moderator, in your introduction, you talked about crises in the church, and the crisis that we're facing has many names. Finance, crisis of various names for it, perhaps even sometimes a crisis of faith. One of the descriptions of it that I have heard is that we face a crisis of relevance. Not a crisis of relevance amongst us sitting here, but a crisis of relevance out there. And that's where chaplaincy comes into play. There's 2.4 million 2023 figures in the working population here in Scotland. And it's important that we, as the Church of Jesus Christ, are relevant in that space. And that's where the role of chaplains is important. Those of you who are chaplains in other settings, in prison, in the health service, in schools, and indeed those with an experience of being military chaplains, will know how important the role of the chaplain is. So, thank you, moderator, for the opportunity to give a short introduction to workplace chaplaincy as it is now here in Scotland. I'm going to do an introduction and let you know where it is now, because there have been some significant changes. Debbie's then going to speak about her role as a chaplain. And then I'm going to say, finally, what we're planning to do here in Fife. And then we'll take questions. The Scottish Church's industrial mission was a wholly owned subsidiary of the Church of Scotland for many years. And it became Workplace Chaplaincy Scotland, was flown free from the nest of 121 George Street something like 12 years ago, and became an independent charity, and developed workplace chaplains, paid and voluntary, throughout the whole of Scotland, developed a training programme and the like, but still very significantly underpinned by funding from the Church of Scotland, even though it is and was an ecumenical organisation. That funding has been reducing, and particularly over the last 5 years, the funding has gone down from 500,000 to 0 in 5 years. And the board of Workplace Chaplaincy Scotland, which I chaired, had to take the very, very sad view that we couldn't carry on as an independent charity at that point. We were successful in raising our own funding, but not sufficient to keep the organisation going. So we've been in a process of winding up Workplace Chaplaincy Scotland, sadly, in my view, over the last year and a half. The Church of Scotland recognised that there is something valuable, though, in what we were doing, not least in terms of the numbers of voluntary chaplains around Scotland who are trained and active, and wanted to do all they could to sustain that part. So, in essence, Workplace Chaplaincy Scotland has been taken back in-house into George Street, and now is, and I've got the new fleece on this morning, Scottish Workplace Chaplaincy. Again, operated, hopefully continuing to be on an ecumenical basis, but coordinated in 121 George Street by Leslie Hamilton Messer, Rob Rawson and Diane Knowles. And that is moving well. Sadly, what we said would happen when that change took place is that from having 80 workplace chaplains in Scotland and 20 people in training, we've dropped over that change to 35. That's a big drop, but almost inevitable in terms of the change between the two organisations. In Fife, we've tried to keep things moving, and I'll say more about that after Debbie has spoken, but what we've tried to do is to keep in touch with the group of chaplains we have in Fife, and I want to pay tribute to Fiona Cunningham, who's an elder at Temple Hall and Torbaying Parish Church, who is the secretary to our group. Fiona's just become chaplain to Morrison's in Glenrothes. So we've tried to keep that process going, and that's what we're going to share with you today. But before I speak further, it would be good to hear from a chaplain and to hear Debbie's experience of her chaplaincy with the Royal Mail in Cowdenbeath.
Move this to the side so I can't see over it. There we go. There used to be an advert for a certain beer that had the tagline, "It refreshes the parts that other beers can't reach." Those of you of a certain age will remember those adverts. And in a sense, that's what workplace chaplaincy does, especially for me as a parish minister. I trained as a workplace chaplain during the COVID lockdown. The training was both comprehensive and enjoyable. It gave an insight into the current world of work, one of which many of us have experienced and have been familiar with, although perhaps not in recent years. But it's the reality for many folk within our congregations that they have to make that connection between their faith and their work. So how do we help those who face various issues within the workplace? Following lockdown, I was asked to provide chaplaincy to the Royal Mail to the delivery office in Cowdenbeath. The manager at that time was very happy for me to offer chaplaincy to the staff who work there. And the new manager is equally keen that chaplaincy continues, and it's seen as a valuable addition to the workplace. And so I began to get to know the staff there. To be in an unfamiliar environment with its own workplace language was a little daunting. I didn't know what a frame was until I went into the post office. They're the little slots that they put all of the letters in. We become so used to our own environment that to step into someone else's can feel strange and alien. However, despite that, I find the staff to be both welcoming and approachable. They are busy, and it's an early start if you want to catch them. Mondays and Tuesdays tend to be the quieter days in their week, so I usually go in either on Monday or a Tuesday around 7:45 a.m. on a monthly basis. And I chat to them while they're working. For some, that might be just a couple of minutes of general chat. For others, it might be longer and more in depth. Chaplaincy is a ministry of presence and of listening, and that's what I do with both manager and staff. As a chaplain, you are not there to take sides, but to be a friendly listening ear to all and accessible to all. Your role sits outside of the organisation itself, and so you're not acting on behalf of management or the staff. And I take care to emphasise that I am not part of the structures and that anything they say to me will remain confidential within the permitted guidelines around confidentiality. You will all be aware from the national news coverage of some of the issues that the post office staff are facing, and that affects both their morale and well-being. You may be surprised at some of the other issues that they raise, both work and personally. I read some research recently that stated there are something like 5 million working people in the UK who are dealing with bereavement and the grief it brings. And this will be an issue in any workplace. Indeed, one of the training modules was on the issue of bereavement and how, as chaplains, we can help support people through that process. But it's not all doom and gloom. There is lots of banter, and the team is reasonably small, so they know one another well, and for the most part, seem to get along just fine. As a workplace chaplain, I have the privilege of stepping into another world. The delivery office is part of my parish, but one that I would never have stepped into had I not been their chaplain. It brings an added dimension to my ministry. It indeed refreshes those parts that other aspects of ministry do not reach. I've enjoyed getting to know them, hearing their stories, listening to their worries, laughing with them and observing the banter. Hopefully my presence in their world is a way of showing them the love of Jesus and the fact that he cares about them. We are not there to preach, but to walk alongside and to let them know that they have been listened to, and I know that that is appreciated by them. So why not think about chaplaincy? You don't need to be an ordained minister. Just come with a caring heart and a desire to listen, and you might just find that it refreshes you in ways that other things cannot reach.
Thanks, Amy. I'm Royal Mail Chaplain in Cooper and Chaplain to the Fire Service in Cooper. I go in at 7 o'clock. How do you get to go in later? I'm never at my best at 7 o'clock in the morning, but it is good fun. And just to underline what David was saying, especially for those of us that have had a working life other than within the church, to be back in the workplace is invigorating. And I'm in the middle of organising the Cooper Posties Masters at Ladybank Golf Club at the moment. So there are lots of opportunities. But on the serious side, I've done funerals, I've done a wedding, I've been involved as the first call of the fire service when there was a suicide on the staff. So we do play a really important role, we hope, within these organisations. So let's move on to workplace chaplaincy in Fife. My belief is that within all our congregations, we could all identify one person. As Debbie said, not necessarily the minister. I see it as an important aspect of my ministry, so it's fitted in very well with the ministry I've had over the last few years. But it doesn't need to be a minister. It's especially suited to people that have come through an active working life and are looking for something else to do in their retirement. That's an ideal kind of person for workplace chaplaincy. So in Fife, we are going to, on behalf of the Church Nationally, be involved in the recruitment of new chaplains, the training of new chaplains. We have access and the rights to all the training materials which Workplace Chaplaincy Scotland produced, and then the support and deployment of our chaplains. And we do meet on a regular basis. Next slide. The training of a chaplain is done, has been done by Workplace Chaplaincy, and we're going to continue that model on the basis of 6 core modules, each of which are about 2 hours in duration. They have been carried on through the COVID times remotely, but they actually work much better because they are about interactions when people come together. I'm absolutely delighted to say that the Reverend Sarah Whittle has agreed to take on the coordination of our chaplaincy training programme here in Fife. And I've unloaded all the training modules on onto Sarah, and she's looking at that at the moment. And the hope is, starting in the autumn, that we'll start with the core modules. And you can see those up there. Introduction to chaplaincy, just about what it is, active listening, organisational dynamics, building resilience, confidentiality and safeguarding and signposting. When trainee chaplains have gone through that programme, they're then supported and mentored by existing chaplains in a workplace environment. And that's the core training for chaplains. One important thing to say about the training is the training has always been accessed by those who want the training but don't necessarily want to be chaplains. So, for instance, the active listening module would be relevant to many of us in many settings in the church. And our hope is that the training programme will be available on that basis, that you can dip in and take some of the modules, even if your objective is not to become a workplace chaplain. There are a set of additional modules which people are encouraged to work through. And on the same basis, you can use them as standalone modules, and many people in ministry, when Workplace Chaplaincy existed, Workplace Chaplaincy Scotland existed, used these training modules. Trauma in the workplace, supporting people through redundancy, bereavement support, depression awareness, conflict in the workplace, equality, diversity and inclusion, and thinking theologically and addressing difficult questions. The programme has evolved as the experience of chaplains in the workplace has evolved. Moderator, in introductory worship, you talked about doors. The exciting thing for me as a chaplain, and I'm sure Debbie too, is the doors are open. The doors are open to us, and we are welcome to go in these doors. Yeah, of course, there's the usual banter. As I walk into the Royal Mail Delivery Office in Cooper in the morning, tidy up the language, the padre's here. And, but the welcome is sincere. The welcome is sincere. Ian McFadden, who used to be the Chief Executive of Workplace Chaplaincy Scotland, called it a ministry of hanging about. A ministry of hanging about. And it is that. And sometimes you go for a long time before having any kind of serious discussion. You talk about football, you talk about the weather, particularly as posties, you talk about the fact that they wear shorts all year round. I don't understand that myself. And then you get a call. I got a call from a female firefighter in Cooper. This is not confidential. Her story's been well shared. And she said, this was Boxing Day. Can you come round and see Gary and me? And I went round. I thought, oh, they've fallen out over the chipolatas. And she said she was a great Scottish nationalist, so she had a yes t-shirt on. And she said, Gary said yes yesterday when I proposed to him. This will give you a bit of a measure of what this lady was like. Do you do weddings? I'd just been ordained, so I said, yes, I do weddings. I haven't done one yet, so I'll do one, but I'm going to have to wear an L plate when I'm doing. Great, will you marry us? And I said, I'd be delighted to marry you. She said, do you do funerals? I said, where's this conversation going, Hilary? She said, yeah, I've just been diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. And if I hadn't been a chaplain, I wouldn't have had the chance to have the privilege to journey with them through that journey. I did the wedding in February and I did the funeral in July. I then had the great opportunity to bless a fire engine in Hillary's name. There's an organisation that refits fire engines and sends them all over the world to poor communities. So the Hillary Green fire engine is now putting out fires in Paraguay. Hillary's mum said to me at the dedication service of the fire engine, she said, I'm not sure Paraguay's yet ready for our Hillary. That's just one example, and an extreme example, I guess, but we are relevant. We talked about a crisis of relevance. We are relevant. The love of Jesus Christ is still relevant out there in the workplace, even though the people there are not coming to us on a Sunday. As Giles said, by this shall everyone know that you are my disciples, that you love one another. We're recognised as being able, as chaplains, to go into workplaces, taking the love of Jesus Christ with us, with no preconditions, just there to be alongside people as they live their lives. So, for me, it's an extremely important part of ministry. And I hope that you or somebody you know might want to join us in that ministry here in Fife. Thank you, moderator. Happy to take questions.
Thanks, Debbie and Brian, for an insightful and an inspiring and an informative and talk, and also showing the integrity of church and working life. I'm sure you want to respond with some questions either to Debbie or Brian. So there's your chance. John.
Does the approach come from the organisation, or do you approach the organisation?
That's a good question. You approach us. If you know someone, just give us their name. Give me their name, dporteous at churchofscotland.org.uk, and we'll follow up from them. Our group of chaplains, small though it is in Fife, meets roughly once a month in the Turbane Church Hall. And so we do have a regular meeting where we would welcome new folk as much as existing chaplains. And then the training programme will click in the autumn. Lorraine.
What's the breakdown in Fife between ordained ministers and just new people? Is it 50-50? Is it young ministers and Sunday school people?
I think it's difficult because we're in that transit. Somebody pulled the plug in the Workplace Chaplaincy Scotland email system, so we immediately lost all our connections, so we've been rebuilding them. I think there are about 6 of us that are still active, and 2 would be ministers, and 4 are not.
David.
It's a good question about how you get from being somebody who wants to be a workplace chaplain to the connections with the organisations. How did Debbie, for instance, make connection with the post office? And more generally, how would people do that?
Workplace Chaplaincy Scotland, as it was when I joined the organisation, they had a kind of contract with the Royal Mail and also with the fire service to provide chaplaincy. So I went in through that route because there was already a connection there. But the manager in the sourcing office in Dunfermline then moved to Cowdenbeath, and he'd experienced chaplaincy in Dunfermline. And then so when we offered chaplaincy in Cowdenbeath, he was more than happy to accept because he'd seen it work and seen how much value it was. So that's how it came to work in those, certainly in those 2 organisations. That's how it works.
Yeah, Workplace Chaplaincy Scotland had a regional organiser system so that deployment was something that could be discussed with the chaplain. I think it can happen in 2 different ways. Sometimes churches will have near them a workplace environment. I can think of Temple Hall in Turbane again. The Kirkcaldy Retail Park is 100 yards away, and providing chaplaincy there is obviously something that we want to do. But also the Fire and Rescue Service has had a traditional long-term relationship, and they know what chaplaincy does, and it's relevant. But again, if people training for chaplaincy say, I want to go into another business environment, that's something we would support and encourage. So it can work both ways. Thanks, David.
Alan?
Brian, just following up from that, if ministers or others are aware of potential opportunities, how should they bring those to? I mean, I'm aware there's a trickiness of matching people with places, but if we're aware of places that we think might be relevant for chaplaincy, what should we do?
At the moment, it would be difficult because we haven't got any surplus requirements. We're in the rebuilding mode, Alan, so it's not as if we've got a queue of chaplains.
No, really.
But once we start training more chaplains, we will then be looking for opportunities. And clearly a dialogue with local ministers is important anyway. Workplace Chaplaincy was an independent organisation, but there was still a connection there with local ministers and local churches in all denominations, because and the Church of Scotland is continuing the ecumenical dimension of the process. We need to get past the next stage first before we're ready to look for the queue of opportunities.
If there are no further questions, again to thank Brian and Debbie, to say opening of doors after COVID, we're finding schools, many schools, some not many schools, are opening doors again to chaplaincy, and someone who's involved in sports, football chaplaincy, those doors are opening as well. So that's really encouraging. So opportunity maybe over coffee, which we're giving you 5 minutes early, which means we'll come back 5 minutes early to allow Liam, who's arrived, thankfully, but has to be away by 12 o'clock, as I do, not to the hills, not to the coast, but to a wedding I have to conduct in Kirkcaldy. And thanks to Lorraine for taking the chair this afternoon. So, coffee, and be back at 11:10. Thank you. take your seats. If you still do your coffee, take your coffee as well. Welcome back, and welcome to part 2 of our conference themed on mission. I'm particularly glad you're blocked in by emergency vehicles, always a tricky situation in any occasion, but we're glad that Liam, the Reverend Dr. Liam Fraser, Minister of St Michael's in Linlithgow, the Kirk with the Crown, previously pioneer, one of the original pioneer ministers, previously pioneer minister at Edinburgh University, convener presently of the Church's Theological Forum, author of Mission in Contemporary Scotland, following his first book, Atheism, Fundamentalism and the Protestant Reformation, uncovering the secret sympathy rather than symphony. At £75 on Amazon, it's a rather niche market, but at £20 on Amazon for Mission in Contemporary Scotland, which I can heartily recommend. I have read it, and it stands in a line of Scottish missiology, I think stretching back to Tom Allen, In the Face of My Parish, going through Will Storer's Scottish identity crisis at the time of the devolution debate, of Chris Wright, he's Northern Irish, but well, we're cousins anyway, and going further afield, David Bosch. It's about mainline churches in mission, set in contemporary culture, is both challenging and encouraging. And having heard him speak at the recent Swedish Church Society meeting in Greyfriars Kirk, he's as engaging a speaker as he is a writer. And that can at times be an uneasy balance, but I've enjoyed you reading your book and enjoyed listening to you as well. So, without any more intro, over to you, Liam. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Thank you. Although when you were speaking there, I was some of it made sense, but some of it I was thinking, who is this person he's talking about? Obviously the headlines are right, but thank you very much for those warm remarks. And it's wonderful to be with you here today in Methil. And tomorrow night, I'm going to go and see the Proclaimers in concert in Edinburgh. And of course, you're going to get the reference then, that's good. I was thinking, will they know the reference? But, and of course, in one of the most famous songs, Letter from America, they have the line, Methil no more. But it's good to see 30 years after the song was written, Methil is still here. And this beautiful centre has arisen to serve the good people who live here. So it's wonderful to be here in Methil today. And as I say, I'm here to speak to you today about Mission in Contemporary Scotland, the name of that book as well that you heard about. But it's a very, very general topic, and a huge amount could be said. And if I'm not going to be able to do everything that you could do in a longer session, I've only got about 20 minutes or so, followed by questions. But I want to do 4 different things today. First of all, I just want to say a little bit about what mission is, so we just have some idea of what we're talking about. And then I want to do 3 main things. First of all, why mission is necessary, why mission is possible, and third, why mission itself is not enough. There's some things you need other things too. So have the next slide please, if that's possible. And then again, what is mission? Okay. So, mission of course is a big buzzword at the moment. You'll have read reports about it, you'll have done mission plans that are centred on it, you'll be thinking about it in your own congregations. But because it is such a broad topic, it to some extent can mean almost anything. And that's both its strength and its weakness. But I think the key thing is this concept called the Missio Dei, which you may have heard about before. And this means the mission of God. And the key foundation for all of the contemporary mission theories and plans that people engage in and write about is the idea that mission is not something that we primarily do. Mission is not something that we primarily do, but something that God does. That actually this is God's mission. God's mission to transform people and to transform the entire world in all of its many, many parts and aspects. And this is something that God does primarily through Christ, the incarnation, the resurrection, the ascension, and so forth, and the coming of the Holy Spirit. And we participate in that mission. We are caught along with it. We are caught up in the dance of God's great missional work. But this is something that God is primarily doing, and we follow along with it. We participate in God's mission. We don't have the strength, the wisdom, the ability, the resources to transform the world. I mean, we can barely transform our communities at times, or ourselves even, let alone the entire world. Only God can do that. But if we are close to God, and we'll talk more about how we get close to God later, if we're close to God and listen to God, as well as listening to other people, then we can be part of this great missional work. But, to put a bit more flesh on the bones there, in the Church of Scotland, we've adopted this Church of England and the Anglican Communion's definition of mission, known as the 5 marks of mission. The 5 marks of mission. Hands up if you know what the 5 marks of mission are. Quite a few of you. I'd say the majority. Not everyone though. So if you need a wee reminder, and it gets a bit small print at this point, even me with my glasses are kind of straining to read this now. But crucially, the mission of the church is the mission of Christ. Just to repeat what I said a moment ago. And the 5 marks are to proclaim the good news of the kingdom, to teach, baptize and nurture new believers, to respond to human need by loving service, to transform unjust structures of society, challenge violence of every kind, and pursue peace and reconciliation, and strive to safeguard the integrity of creation and sustain and renew the life of the earth. And if you know about the Mission Plan Act, you'll know that this is part of the Mission Plan Act. It's part of the strategic plan for the Church of Scotland. It's now even turned up an NDS staffing request. I'm putting in an application at the moment, and the application has changed from previous years. Now it talks about the 5 marks. You have to show how you're meeting some or all of the 5 marks of mission. So that's the definition of mission that we've adopted within the Church of Scotland at the moment. And we can we'll unpack that a little bit more later on. But that's a rough outline of what mission is. Go up the next slide, please. But this is going to be the beginning of the 3 main points I want to make. And the first one is this: mission is necessary. Mission is necessary. Go up the next slide. To put it very starkly, Scotland is no longer a Christian country. We heard there about Will Storrow's book, on Scottish identity. And this was a time when actually Will and other people were really starting to grapple with the fact that Scotland was increasingly not a Christian country. But now 30 years later on, really it's just not a Christian country anymore. It doesn't mean there's not any influence of Christianity upon the culture or upon local communities. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that as a whole, it's no longer a Christian country. And we know that from the statistics. And there's different kinds of statistics here. There's church going, there's the number of baptisms, there's a rate of belief in God or Jesus or the Bible and so forth. But here's some of the main stats for you. From 1986 to 2016, overall church attendance in Scotland declined by 50%. I was born in 1986, but it's not my fault. Then in those 30 years, it declined by half. Half. I mean, if this was a company, right, just to kind of swap for a minute, if this was a company, this would be like really, really serious. 50% market drop, in 30 years. But from just after the millennium to 2016, Church of Scotland attendance, so particularly our denomination, dropped by 40%. So basically 40% in only 15, 16 years. That's a massive drop. And the Church of Scotland now has one of the steepest rates of decline of any church in the world. It's bad. But just to give you a wee kind of flavour of what this looks like in practice. I mean, obviously this has a corresponding effect on baptisms, confirmations, etc., and you all know that. But I mean, for example, even in 2016, now 7 years ago, so quite a while ago now, pre-COVID, according to the Scottish Social Attitude Study, basically 3/4 of young people, 18 to 34-year-olds, said they had no religion. No religion. Now we can always unpack what questions were asked and all the rest of it, but that is indicative of what's going on. Go to the next slide. But then again, there's been updates. The latest Church of Scotland figures put church growing in our denomination. It's something only like 60,000 people each week. So although we have 300,000 members or so, and we have adherents and attenders and so forth as well, probably only something like about 60,000 people are actually worshipping in our churches, which is something like 1.1% of the Scottish population. So as the former established Church of Scotland, and now a national Church of Scotland, it's not great when only 1% of people are worshipping on Sunday morning. But I don't want this, we've gone back to this is not just about the church. The church is a participant in God's mission. The church is not, the fullness of everything that God wants to do. And so this isn't just a problem for the church, or not even primarily a problem just for the church. This is a problem for Scotland. This is a problem for all of society. Because to some extent, the church decline is indicative. It's a sign, a symptom, the canary in the mine, if you like, for much wider social changes that don't only impact us in the church, but actually impact all of society. We know from other studies that loneliness and mental health issues are rising. Poverty remains largely unchanged and has actually got worse in some areas. Millions know little of God's love, forgiveness, and life. There are societal consequences to the decline in churches. We're not the most important. We're not the only thing that's good in society. We're not always the most important, but we play a role. And you heard that in the chaplaincy talk beforehand. We play a role in society, supporting and helping people. And if we go under, that does have an effect on the wider society. Next slide. So that first bit is just to sort of give a very brief snapshot of why mission is necessary for the church and for society. But then you need to actually think that this is possible. This is a big thing to change. This is not straightforward. This is not easy. And therefore you need to know that mission is possible, not just necessary, but possible. So have the next slide, please. So I think the first thing to say is that some churches in Scotland are actually growing. Some are actually growing, they're not all declining. And also many other churches are doing wonderful, wonderful things in their communities and their institutions and their organisations, to come back to chaplaincy, to help people and to bless them. Thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of acts of kindness and grace weekly in Scotland that are done by churches. So to give you some concrete examples, some churches are growing not just through transfer growth, so not just moving from one church to another, because that's the main thing that happens, but genuinely are growing through conversions. So there's some evidence to suggest that churches like Vineyard, the Vineyard Network, which some of you might be aware of, and also particularly City on a Hill, formerly Destiny Edinburgh, are actually growing through conversions. Now, you might want to unpack that more and pick exactly what's going on there, but they are certainly baptizing and bringing to faith, apparently, quite significant numbers of people. So some churches are actually growing in real terms through conversions. But many other churches, even the ones that aren't growing through conversions, are blessing their communities in so many different ways. So for example, you've got Fullerton Connections through in Ayrshire, and you've got the Maddox Centre in Perthshire, both of whom are doing sports ministries to people in the local communities, providing facilities, classes, but not just doing that, getting alongside people and making relationships with them in the things that they enjoy and they identify with. Not just having a one-size-fits-all approach to church, but actually finding forms of church that are appropriate to the different cultures they're trying to reach, whether it be sporting, artistic, whatever. And they're seeing real growth, not just in terms of blessing of their community, but they are seeing people getting more interested in faith, and sometimes coming to faith through these things. You've also got things like youth work, like Hot Chocolate in Dundee, which has been going on for many years now, as well as community food projects like in Marchesey in Glasgow. And there are many, many examples of churches which are using food, whether it be food pantries, community meals, growing projects, using church land to grow produce that can then fund various projects, using the resources they have to bless their communities and engage in meeting some of those 5 marks of mission. But you might be thinking, right, okay, well, I've only got a few people in my church, we don't have many resources, we don't have much time, we're trying to keep the roof from caving in, we've got to get the accounts sent off to Presbytery or whatever it might be, we don't have time for any of this. Where do we even begin? But anyone can do this, because it's not you that's doing all the work, it's actually God that's doing the work. And all you're doing is trying to see where God is at work and join in with that, to participate. To not think that you're the saviour of the world, or I'm the saviour of... No, none of us are the saviours of the world. There's already a saviour. And all we need to do is to work with that saviour in our communities. And that process really begins by a sort of form of double listening. Double listening, which we heard about actually in the chaplaincy talk as well. Listening to God and listening to our people. To God and to our people. And there are many different concrete methods you can use to use that. So for example, if you're interested in doing a course on it, Glasgow Trinity, do a course on this, and you can do that. But there's also many books available to help you begin this process of listening to God and listening to your communities. So basically the idea is to try and prayerfully discern where God is at work. And basically this is done through questionnaires in your community, through interviews in your community, by trying to assess what the needs of the community are, the potential of the community is, the untapped assets, and how the church can bless the community by working often with other people. You don't need to, you're not just working by yourself and God, we're also called to work with other partners. And you don't need to do everything by yourself. You can partner with other groups in the town, in your communities, to bless the community. But it all begins with that process of listening and of receiving information from the questionnaires and interviews, but also building relationships of trust with other people in your community. And crucially, if you follow that kind of method, and there's lots of advice available, and you can come and speak to me more if you want to get more advice, but there's things out there, it makes it easier to evidence grant applications, because we're all aware the church does not have the money it used to have. I was speaking to the Church of Norway delegation that's been in Scotland for the last few weeks, and I spoke to them yesterday, and they were saying that they actually have more money than they know what to do with. They have more money than... Can you imagine that? Having more money than you know what to do with in your church? Because they get church taxes from the state. So lucky them. But there's other ways of getting money. And one of the ways is by applying to grants. And some of you will have done this already. You won't be strangers to it. But some of you might be less familiar. But there's ways in which if you can evidence the needs in your community and the potential, you can then get money from the government, from grant funders, whatever it might be. So you can use this method to evidence and to gain funds to do the project you want. Okay. Next slide, please. But finally, I'm just about on time. Finally, although mission is necessary, and although mission is possible, mission is not enough. My friend Donald is at the side there. And, the Theological Forum, Donald was the convener before me, and we were asked to comment on the 5 marks of mission. And, there's kind of widespread agreement now that although the 5 marks are a good definition of mission, they don't tell you everything that churches should be doing. They're never meant to tell you everything that churches are meant to do, because they're marks of mission and not marks of the church. They are marks of mission and not everything that churches do. And so the crucial point here is that missional discipleship and enthusiastic worship. Without discipleship and worship. And you might be thinking, well, why? Why? If it's all about God's mission, it's all about going out of the church, abandoning the old things and going into the new. Why do we need these things? It's because that's how we're fed. It's how we're sustained. It's how we are motivated. It's how we get the wisdom and the discernment to know how to do mission and to want to continue doing it and being able to continue on doing it. Because we come back to that point I made first of all about what mission is. Mission is not our mission. Mission is God's mission, which we participate in, which we abide in even. And that means that we all have to abide and participate in the living God. In the God who has the power and the wisdom and the strength and the love to be able to do mission in the world. So how do we abide in God? How do we participate in God and God's mission? Well, it's not rocket science, you'll be glad to know. It's actually a lot of things you're already doing, but maybe just shaped and directed in a slightly different way. Because prayer, Bible study, and corporate worship are how we are fed and shaped into Christ's likeness and have the motivation, energy, wisdom and resilience to undertake mission. If you're not abiding in God, resting in God, you will either not be interested in mission, you'll just think, well, what's the point? You won't understand. If you start doing it without abiding in God, you'll burn out, you'll get demoralized, you'll try it for a while, it fails, you give up. But also too, you might engage in the wrong kinds of mission. There's a thing called shadow mission, which some of you might have heard of before. It's quite an interesting term. And that's when you think you're doing mission, but in fact you're not. You know, you're doing something that might be good, it may be a bad thing, but it's not actually what God is doing, or what God wants you to do. So all of that means it's really important to actually being fed and discipled and entering into the relationship that Christ has with the Father by the Spirit. And that's what we do when we worship. Worship isn't just a nice thing that people like to do because they like singing hymns. I mean, we like singing hymns. Hymns are great. But there's a purpose for all. It's to be shaped into Christ's likeness. So we are fed and nourished by love and by truth. And the text here for mission is not enough, is John 15. So, you know, if you ever want to, maybe you're beginning this process, you want to maybe think through it more, read John 15. And read it again and again and again and again and again until you really, really understand it. Because that's the clearest passage we have which talks about the importance of abiding and living in God. Christ says, I am the vine and you are the branches. And unless you abide in me, you can do nothing. You can do nothing. And how do we abide or live in Christ? Through prayer and worship and discipleship. That's what engrafts us into the vine and keeps us there and stops us from wandering off and dying outside of it. So mission is really important. It is essential, necessary, it's possible, but it's not enough. And it always begins and ends with your love for God and your love for other people. And you can only love other people and understand how to serve them if you abide in God first and love Him first. Next slide. Here's the big pitch, people. You did a very good pitch to begin with anyway, so thank you. But I mean, if you want to find out more about our current context, how we got here, and what some churches are doing in Scotland to address it all, you can read that book and you get some ideas. And there's many other good books out there too as well, and you'll get some sources and references in the book too for those other much better written books. Next slide. But that's all we have to say. Mission is necessary, possible, but it's not enough. So thank you very much.
See, I told you, good communicator with challenging message, but not over our heads either. It's we've heard originally it was going to be principles, practice, and pennies. Well, 25 million of pennies, but it's interesting that it's practice, principles, and pennies. Well, 25 million of pennies. So questions, please, Lillian. Might help actually come to the microphone. Thanks.
No, I don't like to introduce a discarded note, but it has always seemed to me, if you looked at the text of the 5 marks of mission in an honest and objective way, you would find that only the first 2 are actually specifically Christian, and the other 3, although very admirable, could equally well be carried out by atheists, and in fact in many cases are. I wonder what you would say to that.
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's a very, very interesting point you make, and I think there's 2 different parts to it. There's a question about whether all of the 5 marks are properly Christian or not, which is the main point you were making. There's also a kind of related question about the kind of order of prioritization within them, because one of the questions people asked us at the forum was, are these ranked in order of importance? And if you look at the history of the 5 marks and how they developed, they were not always 5 marks, right? So these used to be fewer marks, and they developed over time. And the 5th one about creation care was actually added later. So there's a wee bit of an argument for saying that there's a bit of prioritisation going on in here. But certainly our position on the forum was that actually all of them were really, really important, and it wasn't really possible to say categorically that one was more important than the other, because they all hang together. But this is coming to the main point that you were trying to make, though, sir, about the prioritisation, but also about whether all of them are properly Christian. Because as you say, and I think you say rightly, the last 3 marks could be done by people who are not Christians. And that is certainly true. And as I was saying in the talk, actually, if we were the only people doing these 5 marks, it would not be possible to partner with anybody. We couldn't partner with the government, we couldn't partner with grant funders, we couldn't partner with other organisations in society. You couldn't go to the post office, and be involved in chaplaincy there, because you'd have no shared values. And this is one situation where actually we see the effects of Christianity upon the West. It might not be a Christian country anymore, but it's a post-Christian country. And therefore our values and our principles and our beliefs, in part, not in whole, but in part, have been shaped by the gospel. About the importance of serving other people, of challenging injustice, and of caring for the world. So in terms of that, I think that, it's certainly true that other people can do some of those marks, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't do them either. It's not like those marks are owned by atheists. It's nothing like that. They're actually owned by everybody, and they're actually owned primarily by God. And it's by common grace that other people have an interest in these things. But actually, we as Christians are called to do that. And you see that very clearly in texts like Colossians 1, for example, and in Romans 8. Maybe the 2 main passages that we look to, Colossians 1, Romans 8, where you have a really, really clear picture. And, maybe Paul wrote both of them, maybe Paul only wrote one, whatever, but, they're canonical. You have a really clear picture there of God not just being interested in the salvation of individual souls, but of the recreation of everything, of the whole of creation. Christ is King of the entire universe. All things were made through him, in him, and for him, which means that he actually cares about the planet. It's not indifferent to it. And salvation does not consist of being on a cloud somewhere with your little harp. Salvation will be in this world, but this world perfected, where our bodies will no longer decay, where they'll no longer get old or tired or frail or hungry. Our bodies will be renewed, and the whole face of the earth will be renewed when the love of God covers the earth as the waters cover the sea. So I think these aren't Christian and atheist or Christian and non-Christian marks. These are God's marks. And I think in passages like Colossians 1 and Romans 8 and elsewhere, Isaiah 2, the prophets, you really see that. But, coming back to the shadow mission point, we do need to be really careful about how we integrate all of these points. And this is kind of maybe part of your point too, sir, maybe. That, if you're just serving people, but you're not trying to disciple them in any way at all, ever, then maybe we should be questioning whether that's enough. Sometimes it's enough, and sometimes it's the only appropriate thing to do. But sometimes we might want to ask ourselves whether we have discipleship pathways that lead people from an eco project or perhaps a food bank, whatever it might be, into appropriate forms of discipleship. But not without a hard sell, not badgering people, not setting conditions on care and love, because God's love is unconditional. Paul writes, while we were still sinners, God showed his love for us by dying for us. There was no conditions set on that. But, so there's a legitimate question of discipleship pathways, but it has to be done in an appropriate way. And I don't think that, unless we're preaching at people as we're serving them, it's not Christian. I think these marks are fully Christian, and God is interested in all of them.
Thanks, Liam. Alec? Basso profundo unless you're coming to the mic.
Sorry?
Basso profundo unless you're coming to the mic.
Yeah. Well, basso profundo, okay.
Speak up and out.
A deeper thinking fish is what you mean. I wonder in the words and the terms that you've used, Liam, that one of our problems is that we're going to spend a lot of time even this afternoon in the business of reform, because we're a reformed church and we love the fact that we're reformed and always reforming. Well, in fact, what we should be doing is recreating, transforming, not reforming. And at what point, theologically, should we listen to God saying, actually, friends, beloved children, I don't want you to do it this way anymore. I don't want you to do it in structures of parish ministry. I want you to do it by engaging in another way. I don't know what the answer to that is, but I'm sure you do, so let's hear it.
I'm not sure I'm any more profound than a profound fish, but I will give it a shot. I'm very conscious that I'm a guest here and I don't want to enter into any Presbyterians like ourselves being structural fundamentalists. Structural fundamentalists, by which he meant that we think the most important thing of all is getting the right structure for our presbyteries and our committees and all the rest of it. And that we think that if we can reform structures, then we can recreate society or recreate ourselves. Now, I mentioned earlier on about the Norwegians, and of course Norway's playing Scotland today, is that right? Yeah. My son's a great fan of Haaland, and they actually chant his name in the playground, which shows you how international things are now. I'm not going to start singing a Haaland song because it's niche. But anyway, I was speaking to the Norwegians, and I was talking about Church Without Walls. Was anyone involved with Church Without Walls when it first happened? Yeah, a few people. Were here, and there was big conferences and all the rest of it to do with it. But one of the things I suggested to them, and I've said this elsewhere before, that when you read the Church Without Walls report, there's a bit of ambiguity in the report about how reform is going to be carried out and how recreation is going to be carried out, where it talks a lot about culture change, and which is really good, and we all want culture change. But on the other hand, it doesn't say so much about structures. It introduced some structural and financial reforms. For example, it introduced a major grant scheme for local congregations, for example, to apply for. But unlike mission-shaped church in England, it did not result in new training structures and new education structures. It argued for them, but it didn't actually take place, and it didn't actually end up resulting in new forms of office, for example, not evangelists, not community workers being ordained, not youth workers being ordained. So I think that there is a legitimate role, and this is where I think it is legitimate, there's a legitimate role in structural reforms where you're helping people to understand the context they're in, understand their part in the mission of God, and giving them some tips and hints on how to do that. And that has to be done structurally and with financial backup, right? And that's what they did in England, and that's why they're having a bit better time of it than we are at the moment. They introduced those changes earlier. But I do agree with you that there's a limit to all of that. And that's what I was really saying at the end, when mission is not enough. The fact that really, if you look at the growing denominations or growing congregations, there are people who aren't obsessing about exactly how their congregational teams work, right? There are people who are like passionate about their faith and really believe that God is going to do something amazing in their lives and in the lives of their community. And they go and tell everybody about it. And they do things, and they devote huge amounts of their time. And there's a lot of studies which show that level of belief, right, so strong beliefs, strong hopes, has a result in how much commitment people give and how much passion they have. And there's a lot of evidence that it's those things, the commitment and the passion, that arise from strong, motivated beliefs that lead to real results in the real world and actually result in transformations in individuals' lives and the lives of communities. You need to believe that God's doing something. It's not just thinking, well, theologically I know that God is present and active in the world, right? Fine, that's good. But you need to actually really believe it and live it out and expect and hope and depend upon it. That's what's actually going to make the difference. So I agree with you. I think that I don't think structures are irrelevant. I think they're important. I think they're particularly important with regard to training and education and financing things. I think they're important there. But over and above that, I think the main thing that we really need is just like a massive injection of hope and faith and love. That's really what we need. And that's what we do when we abide in God and believe in God and we depend upon God. And some of the ways I would suggest we will abide and live in Christ, live in the true vine. Because without that, you can have the best structure on earth. You can have the most pristine Presbyterian polity that's ever been conceived by anybody. But it won't mean anything. It won't mean anything unless you are with God and that God is animating you and powering this entire process. But I'll leave the politics for another time.
Moderator's privilege. Last question. This will lead to, I think, David's talk about Seeds for Growth. The role of engaging in quality and fresh expression of worship in relation to mission, given that Seeds for Growth, £25 million, set up to encourage that, and encourage there are 400 fresh expressions of worship around the kirk. Now that's a door of hope and a door of faith. So maybe just a wee word on that before we thank you and hand over to David.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just because I was sitting opposite David that I started talking about finances there. I really do believe that actually finances are a really important part of this. Not because we believe in money, we don't. But at the end of the day, you need to be able to set people aside and give them the freedom to do new things. And one of the ways you do that is by providing for them, and also resourcing what they're doing. Like, if they need to actually have a hall, or they need a computer or a projector, you need to give them what they need to be able to participate and fulfill God's mission. So I think finances are really, really important. I'm really glad that this scheme has been set up, and I hope that people will use it and apply for it, and be really, really bold and ambitious and creative when applying. But in the wider question of fresh expressions, yeah, I mean, I mentioned Mission Shaped Church already, and if any of you have any interest in fresh expressions of church, read Church Without Walls report. It's available somewhere on the One-to-One website. I have seen it relatively recently. But also read the Church of England's Mission Shaped Church report from the early 2000s. This is actually came after our report, and it actually references and says nice things about how forward-thinking the Scots are. But the difference was, as I said, they backed up their report with massive investment in new training schemes, new forms of ordination to pioneer track, and various other things. We didn't do that in the same way. We put the money aside, and it was going to be a bit of pocket money people could apply for. We didn't do the rest of it. And that meant that we are basically behind the curve by about 20 or 30 years in terms of fresh expressions and church planting. But I do agree with you the fact that these are really, really important. And, bless you. These are really, really important because there's a lot of a mumbo jumbo about some fresh expression stuff, and it can be a bit off-putting if you're a more traditional person. But at the heart of it, all it really is trying to find forms of worship and forms of church that make sense in our context, in our communities. And the easy way to think about this is that there's a church culture, and we're going to talk about Tom Allen, you mentioned Tom Allen. There's a church culture, and then there's various cultures out there in the world, right? And while there are some similarities across communities and cultures, right, we're not speaking different languages, we kind of vaguely know what each other are about, actually they're very different from each other. And you have to remember, we're now in a situation where maybe 2, 3, 4 more generations of people have had no exposure to church culture. They don't know what you do when you go into a church. Hands up if you've ever been in a mosque or a gurdwara or something. Okay, so actually quite a few of you have. That's good. But you'll know probably the first time you went, you're a bit like, what is this? This is alien to me. I don't know where I'm sitting or standing. I don't know what these things are for. I wouldn't, if you joined worship, you wouldn't know what was going on. That's something of what people out there in the world feel about churches. It's completely alien to them. They just don't understand it. And therefore, what fresh expressions are about are trying to lower the bar, to not make it a high bar to come into the culture of the church, but a lower bar. Not to compromise on doctrine or the gospel. It's nothing to do with that. It's the kind of this is slightly simplistic, but it's to kind of think of it, the core of the gospel remains the same. There's an outer kernel that can change, that can adapt. Just as when the seed falls into the ground, it loses its outer shell and something new comes out from within it. So some of our church culture is like the outer shell of that seed. It's not the actual plant itself, and sometimes it needs to fall apart or disintegrate before something new can come out. And I think that the way in which that's done is partly through that listening process I talked about earlier on, by paying attention to your community, figuring out what makes sense in this community. That's a big part of it. But it's also then about having the skill to be able to create forms of worship and faith and church which makes sense in that context. And that's not a skill everyone has, actually, I don't think. It's why training and education are really important to try and get us in the way of doing this. But I think we all instinctively do it on some level. Whenever you go to a place and speak, or you go to a place you're a bit unfamiliar with, you adapt to your context. That's all this is about. It's about adapting worship and church to the context, but without compromising on the stuff that's really important. You need to balance those two things. So I'm glad about the number of fresh expressions. Hopefully they'll continue to grow. Apply to this fund. Talk to David. And new things are happening, and it is possible.
Thank you, Liam, for taking the time to come. I know that you're very, very busy today. How grateful we are in the Kirk in Scotland to have likes of yourself and Sandy Forsyth, two leading missiological thinkers and practitioners as well, both ministers in the midst and doing the business, doing the work. So we bid you God's blessing as you go to speak to the Diaconate Council at Queen Margaret University in Musselburgh. With two of our number, Pamela Scott and Jacqueline Thompson will be there, so give them our best. So we thank you and wish God's blessing on you as you go. Thank you very much. Thank you. When you come back from the General Assembly, folk will ask you, how was the General Assembly? I always find it difficult to sum it up in a few words. I look for the encouraging things, and one of the encouraging things this year at the General Assembly was that the fringe meeting about seeds for growth. And our next speaker, David Williams, started his career as an engineer working for GEC Telecommunications, moved into business-to-business marketing with Marconi, and gained a master's degree in business admin and MBA. So he knows his stuff in terms of the business world. In terms of the world of faith, he wanted to engage more with that, so he was offered a role in Coventry Cathedral as part of their internationally recognised reconciliation team. I think at one time Justin Welby, the present Archbishop, was involved in that as well. He's qualified in that, and when he was at the cathedral, he managed a £300,000 project helping young people to understand and promote fair trade. Moving on, in 2016 he came for interview with the Church of Scotland and was appointed the Go For It manager in October of that year. He was granted a new role as grants manager within the Office of the Assembly Trustees, and in his first 15 months helped Church of Scotland churches secure over £900,000 worth of external, that's the key word, external funding. In addition to helping Church of Scotland churches and presbyteries access grant funding, David is responsible for the implementation of the Church of Scotland Small Grants Fund, Pioneer Mission Fund, and now the Seeds for Growth Fund, and is looking forward to seeing the impact of the project. Now I feel one part bad at having to nip away, but not so much because I was enthused and encouraged at the fringe meeting at the General Assembly, and I know that you too will also be enthused and encouraged. We've come from practice through principles, now pennies, £25 million worth of pennies. David, thanks for coming.
Thank you, moderator, and thank you all for the invitation to be here today with you all. A very clever person said to me once, never stand between a hungry audience and their lunch. Well, okay, got to do that. And also, never come after someone who has far more qualifications in mission than you ever have to speak about something that is mission related. I will say that it will be fantastic, and I'll have a chat with Liam later on to actually get a double act going, because much of what he said has really teed up this presentation wonderfully. So I'm very happy about that. Next slide, please. Something that I've learned from General Assembly, questions in my presentation are always in order. So at any point, please feel free to interrupt and ask a question. It may be that I say, I'll come on to that in about 2 minutes, but I don't want to leave it necessarily to the end. So if there's a burning issue that you have in your mind, then please do ask it at any point. Next slide, please. So this is a slide that was put together by Dave Kendall and the Assembly Trustees, just trying to summarise the different activities that the church is now involved in, looking for growth in the future. If you give one more click. That's the bit that I'm responsible for, Seeds for Growth. £25 million has been said, to be allocated over the next 7 years, probably to be spent over the next 10 to 12 years. But as I found with Go For It, people tend to forget that once you've allocated it, there's still work that's ongoing. So this will be a sort of spending over 10 to 12 years. Yes, I heard what Liam was saying about things need to be sown, that some things need softening up, that the growth won't happen immediately. And also, from what we heard from Workplace Chaplaincy Scotland, that you need to build relationships with people over quite some time before they will begin to open up spiritually with you. So there is work to be done in all the different areas of mission, and I'll come on to that in a couple of minutes. The trustees have said this fund is there to fund spiritual and numerical growth in the church. Numerical growth is clearly key. We've seen the statistics of decline that Liam's given us, and probably in the reports you've seen in General Assembly over the past few months. But it's through this thing of new worshipping communities. Now, have any of you heard of the phrase new worshipping communities? Okay. But we have heard Fresh Expressions Church. Is that one a bit more widely known? Fresh Expressions? Okay. So new worshipping communities are designed to reach out to those people who have never been to church. It's about crossing bridges, building bridges to people who have not actually ever been in a church building. And therefore trying to speak their language, operating in their culture. Again, as Liam was saying, we have a church culture, but whenever you step into a new culture, it's a bit disorientating. You don't know what's going on, you don't know what to expect, what's normal, what's different, what can you do, what should somebody else be doing, why are they doing that? We really do have our own culture, and trying to get people to engage with that can be challenging for them as well as for us. So there are things we need to do to try and help with that process. Next slide. The three particular things which Seeds for Growth will be helping to people engage with, and this is a range of fresh expressions of church or new worshipping communities, is revitalising church, it's helping church to adapt and to innovate. Next slide. So we used the word revitalise in the previous slide. Often in discussion it's known as replicate, but we actually want to do something which is a bit more vibrant than things we're currently doing. So we're trying to come up with ways in which we can plant churches that are really quite vital and are engaging with people and are doing new things. It could be perhaps in new housing estates, because there are quite a few of those springing up across Scotland. I think Edinburgh is the fastest growing city in possibly the UK at the moment, so there's large numbers of housing being built. We're also looking to help people to adapt current models of outreach, so things like messy church, I think many of us have heard of. How can that be adapted for your own context? But then also innovation. So this is pushing the boundaries of where church has been operating, looking beyond the normal areas of work. And perhaps one of the things that particularly sprang up during lockdown and COVID were things like Forest Church. So things where stepping beyond our normal church boundaries and seeing how you can engage with people within a different context. And this has come from something called the Pioneer Spectrum. Next slide. Now, Pioneer Spectrum, this is something available on the Pioneer Spectrum website. It's something that's been developed by the Church Mission Society. Don't worry about what the words say, it's the general shape of the spectrum going from one end to the other. So on the left-hand side, you've got the church replicators, those who are trying to plant revitalised versions of church. And we are in discussion with the Church Revitalisation Trust. So this is something that's come out of Holy Trinity Brompton in London. They are very, very good at planting new churches They're very good at planting churches on the south coast of England, and within 3 years having 700, 900, 1,000 people come to church on a Sunday. We're not so good at that up here, so there are some things that we're looking to try and learn from that process and make it contextualised to Scotland. As you go towards the next layer, so the adapters, we say adaptation, that's the sort of messy church type of things. Then on to the next layer, and that's the innovators, those who are really stretching the boundaries of where church is present. And then finally on the right hand side you have activists, which is currently seen as being beyond the scope, out with the scope of what Seeds for Growth will fund. But this is setting up social enterprises. And there's more and more evidence now of people who are doing bivocational ministry. In part of their time they are running a business, probably a community interest company or a social enterprise, that's serving the needs of the community but generating income and paying for their wage. Then the other half of their time they're doing more mission-related activities, directly mission-related activities. And that's becoming a new model of church. None of us know what the end result of all this work is going to be. If anyone in this room can tell me, please tell me over coffee or lunch. But none of us know what the future final version of church is going to be beyond, sort of, before the second coming. Each time we have to look for a new direction we can step out in, look for the next step we can take that step, and then see what that then allows us to do beyond that. It's experimentation, it's having a go. It's being open to things not working, but not calling it failure, calling it learning. It's about taking steps that allow us to serve the world more effectively than perhaps we could be at the moment. One of my favourite parables of the kingdom is the one of the woman taking the yeast from the shelf in the kitchen, mixing it thoroughly with the flour, and then seeing what happens and it raising the bread. Not about trying to continuously expand the amount of yeast on the shelf in the kitchen, but just thoroughly mixing it with the community around us and having that transformational effect that only God can have on our world. That's really exciting for me, and that's really why I'm engaged with this as a project. And I really want you to come on this journey. Somebody has said that perhaps pioneer ministry is the wrong phrase, and someone now, or some groups are now talking about whether it should be pilgrim ministry. Taking a journey together, learning together, working together, mutually supportive, transforming the world around us. That's an exciting prospect. Next slide, please. Wow, a bit of overlap between presentations. Something must be working here. 5 bucks a mission, so here they are laid out. The particular areas that Seeds for Growth is interested in funding are around 1 and 2. But in order to engage with people, 3, 4 and 5 are important as well. But 1 and 2 must be present within ideas that we will be funding. Next slide. And click again. So church replication really focuses on 1 and 2, traditional forms of church, doing 1 and 2 in new ways. Click again. So the adaptation and innovation, you're initially looking at engaging with communities through 3, 4 and 5, as I've said before, but then with the intention of moving towards engaging with 1 and 2. So building relationships with people, and then as Liam said, it's not about then saying, okay, you can't do this anymore unless you come into church. It's about saying, so this is what we've done, this is why we're doing it, and, oh, by the way, there's this chap called Jesus Christ who we think is really quite important, and we think it's important for you too. Would you like to learn some more about this? If so, then it could be alpha courses, could be, there's a new thing called Being With, which is coming out of St Martin in the Fields and the Heart Edge movement, which takes a more oblique approach to faith, or indirect rather than oblique. But there are ways in which we can start to build relationships with people who are not of church culture. And as we know, that's the vast majority of people in Scotland. So how can we begin to engage with these people in more depth? Next slide, please. And so we're now talking about what resources are required. So a church plant using the Church Revitalisation Trust approach, the Holy Trinity Brompton approach, is quite expensive. And we're looking at things that are being done there, and we're learning their business model because these things are already happening in the south. The equivalent to Seeds for Growth in the Church of England is the Strategic Development Fund, and there are dioceses who are now doing this style of church plant, and we're learning from them as to what is working and how much it's costing. Okay. The middle ones, the adaptation and the innovation, that's really starting to engage people who are not ordained, people who are not ministers of the sacrament, people that can engage perhaps with people as they begin to work with the community, and for them to become interested in perhaps some faith issues, and then moving on from there. And the last click. So this is what we're not currently funding, but this is the social enterprise segment. Often the people that set these up are not ministers, but they're people who perhaps come from business, come from some other background, who can see an opportunity to generate a business that will meet a need, and perhaps there are also some people who are particularly focusing on creating companies and organisations that do have proclaiming faith, proclaiming Christ as the most important issue, and use that as a vehicle for doing it. But at the moment, that isn't something we're funding, but it is something that is open an opportunity if you're so minded. Next slide, please. So what grants do we have, and how can you apply for them? Next slide. We have 4 levels of grant funding, 1, 2, 3 and 4. First level, level 1, that's up to £1,000. Not a huge amount of money, you might think. What can you do with that? Things like Liam was saying, engaging with your community, running some events, discovering what the needs are, what the assets are in the community, the opportunities to engage with people and to develop that further. I had a lovely email from someone only yesterday who was saying, thank you for the £1,000 you gave us a year ago. With that £1,000 we took 4 young people to Teze last year, and when we came back, one of them has now become one of our main missional workers and is bringing more people into church than probably anybody else put together in the church. And another of them is now becoming is about to become a minister of word and sacrament in training. Don't tell me that small amounts of money won't make a difference. There's great opportunity out there. Next slide. Level 2, order of magnitude change, £10,000 available for this. We'd expect this to be spent over the course of a year. Again, it could be used to engage with the community to discover what the strengths, assets, needs are as part of that prospect. It could be that you've got a project that you want to try out for a year to give it a go to see if it starts to build momentum. Or it could be something that you just think has to be funded from year to year initially while you still begin to find your feet. All of that is possible with a £10,000 level 2 grant. With the level 1s, what we agreed with General Assembly this year is that that should be a decision made by me, and if there's any doubt about it at all, I'll refer it to the committee, but I'll always report back what it is that we're funding. With level 2 grants, we have a subcommittee of myself, convener and vice convener, and we'll sit down on a regular basis to look through the grants. We'll have got assessment criteria, and then we'll be coming back and saying, okay, this is fundable, not fundable, but we will always provide feedback. It's not going to be, sorry, didn't work, don't darken the door again, never come back to this fund, please disappear for 24 months, which is what happens with some funding bodies. We will give feedback as to why the application has been successful or unsuccessful, and we will then encourage you to go away and modify it if you can, to then reapply at some other point in the future. Next slide, please. Level 3 and 4, we'll be opening up the application forms and processes actually in the autumn or winter of this year. And then we'll probably have the first application deadline in the first quarter of next year. The levels of grants that we're offering is £40,000 per annum for level 3 grants and £100,000 per annum for level 4 grants. That's a lot of money. We haven't yet agreed with the committee as to for how many years those will be available within the grant, but that information should be coming available in the autumn, yes.
Sorry, I didn't catch what you said. Is the level 4 grant, is that an annual grant?
£100,000 per annum.
£100,000 per annum.
Yeah, and the same for the £40,000 per annum. Go for it funding used to be up to £15,000 a year unless you're in a priority area, then it became £30,000 a year. We would always encourage you to look for other forms of grant funding, match funding, to go with it, as it's called. There are grant funding sources out there, as came in my sort of potted CV. We managed to get over £900,000 for church activity from secular sources in the course of the first year of my work in this role. Now that was a strange time, it was a COVID-related fund, but it was government funding. And they funded, by and large, the most thing people applied for was new AV systems for churches, because they realised that as a charity to continue to come back stronger after COVID, and when they were 2-metre distancing, etc., they're having AV systems rather than shared books. They're having AV systems that allowed you to stream the services to people who wanted to participate but couldn't actually be there in person, were important things to try and help this as a charity, church as a charity, going. There will always be opportunities to partner with people. It could be with your local GP surgery, it could be with the local authority, it could be all sorts of things. But these things take time to build. Another project that we funded previously came to me and said, oh yes, our local authority said, oh, you're a church, but we're not really interested in what you're doing because you're religious. But we don't do that. We don't do religion. Some 2 years later, the same local authority was having their committee meeting within the church hall because they'd seen the value of what that church was doing for their community. The eyes that are out there to see what we're doing, they're there. They see what we're doing for the community themselves, and then we can take the next step of saying, this is why we're doing it, and offering opportunity to engage with faith. And it doesn't compromise the funding that's being given by other sources. But we are prepared within Seeds of Growth that we will fund up to 100% of projects because we do realise that it can be more difficult to get funding from external bodies. But we're really there to fund the missional bit over and above the work that's being done to engage with people in the first place. We're doing both, but we realise that doing the missional bit is funding that's very difficult to come by. Next slide. So, sustainability is key. We realise that this is finite funding. This is coming from reserves of the Church of Scotland. This isn't just money that's part of the general budget. This is being taken from our reserves and being distributed and spent. So we need to be mindful of what is the longer term way of keeping this activity going, even though the funding directly from ourselves may be going. So having some thought, not necessarily of a solution to this, because you probably can't tell what state the project will be in 3 years' time or a year's time, but just thinking about what direction that's taking and how you might begin to engage with other funding sources, or it might become self-sustaining in some way, because actually the church is meant to be a self-sustaining group as it stands. The money we put into our collection plates then helps pay for Ministers' Blood and Sacrament and other ministries, helps to keep up the church building, helps to do the outreach, helps to work with younger people, etc. But it's all funded from within. I don't know what the future business model of church is. There are lots of imponderables and unknowns in this, but it's the journey, it's discovering what God has in store for us as we go. Next slide. So really, we're about anything that will lead to a new worshipping community. Now, why is this term new worshipping community so important? Now, I don't have the precise statistics, but what our convener said during the Fringe event that launched this at General Assembly, it was along the lines of, in traditional forms of church, it takes roughly 200 worshippers to be present to generate one person who comes forward for baptism. In a New Western community, it's more like 35 people that come along, that generates one person that comes to new faith. So working with a whole new segment of society to a group that is open to engaging with faith and wants to learn more, but perhaps is reticent to do so, that's where we're trying to encourage us. This next step boundary between we as the church and at the very far end of those who will never touch church or the barge pole ever in their lives. But what is the next step? What is the next layer outside the church that we can engage with and work with? Next slide. With any grant funder, there will always be this thing called eligibility criteria. This is part of grant speak. It's a separate language, but it's one that's very useful to learn to be able to generate income. So for us, this means that applications to the fund can be made, and this is in our regulation, can only be made by a presbytery. Now, how do we interpret that? We're saying that Church of Scotland congregations can fill the forms in, but they won't actually turn into an application until the presbytery has given their stamp of approval to it. So we realise fully that many of the great ideas out there will be coming directly from congregations and not necessarily from presbytery directly. But the fact you're part of a presbytery means it's, you are all effectively, you have the presbytery 5 through your middle like a stick of rock. We understand that you are part of that presbytery. So fill the forms in for level 1 and level 2 and send them in then. We will then work the process of referring them to presbytery for their approval, which can't be guaranteed, but because what we can't be funding is for a church that is declining and is within the presbytery plan going to close. We're not there to try and stop that from happening. What we're there to do is to create new growth in New Western communities. So yes, level 1 and level 2 applications come to us. We then put them to presbytery for endorsement. That process is beyond our control, but what comes back will then let you know if it goes forward for assessment. And projects can be run by congregations or presbyteries. They can also work in concert with other congregations. The presbytery can work in concert with other presbyteries for some of these applications. I would anticipate that probably level 4 grants may just be for presbyteries, but again, this hasn't been discussed at the committee so far. And level 3 grants is probably the highest that a congregation could put the forms in for. But these are the processes that we're just putting into place at the moment. We have had our first level 2 application. Yes. And I'm looking forward to doing that assessment. But we're also getting people who are saying, oh, would this work? Would that be something that we could do? There's one that I've seen which is doing some fantastic work. They're working at a church cafe. There are people coming along. There are young parents, single parents, some of them, who have got young kids and trying to get there for support. There are some who are coming along because they are facing cost of living crisis issues and the church is providing some support for them for food and running a food bank. There are people who are going through addiction recovery issues who are also being supported by the church. But there is no next step towards a New Western community. There is no sense of direction of movement towards a New Western community, and therefore we're giving the feedback that what you're doing is great. It is covering 3 or 4, I think, on the marks and mission. We need to see a sense of direction and intentionality towards building a New Western community as part of this work. Next slide. So we're now coming on to the assessment criteria for funding. I'm aware that lunch is 12.
We can go as far as 12:45 if you like.
Okay. So a little bit about how we're going to be doing the assessment of these applications. So we need to see something, and this is the definition, this isn't the definition, this is the statement of what we're looking for, but we're still interpreting what it means. a visionary approach to church growth, church planting and pioneer mission. In other words, we're looking for things which are beyond our current scope of what we're doing. New ways of engaging with people. We're looking for the anticipated effect of the project at the congregational presbytery level. So what impact do you want this to have? How do you anticipate it's going to work? What are the aims and goals, the outcomes that you want to see as part of this project? And we're also looking for a clear plan, and hopefully with some targets that you can meet along the way. Now I realise that some of the longer term projects, you probably can't actually state a longer term goal. You're transforming the church, okay. But what does that mean? Well, we can't actually give numbers yet because we just don't know. So we are open to thinking about ways in which you can just monitor progress. What sorts of things are you looking for? What changes are you looking for in people as part of this process as well? Next slide. I've talked about sustainability, so how will this continue beyond the funding that we have available? We're looking for some thought about that. This is always, I think, one of the worst questions on any grant funder's application form, because we know that you really don't know. But we want to at least see that you're doing some thinking in that direction and looking at possible options. Because ideas will change, results will change, the way in which things will happen will change. And perhaps even saying that, we'll keep our eyes open as we go along the journey. That shows us that it's real. And what does this mean? Applications must be focused on a defined project. You can't just say, we'd like £10,000 for mission, please. No. You want to know what you're going to do, how you're going to do it. What is the specifics of the project that you want to be engaged with. Next slide. We're looking for, Liam was saying that working with other external bodies is an important part of mission. We're looking for evidence of working in collaboration and partnership. That includes ecumenical working, so we're fully open to your church working with a neighbouring church, the Presbytery working with the SEC or any other, the Baptist Union, etc. They're all things which we are open to. So if there's an area of Scotland that it's difficult because it's so rural to have a flourishing church community in that area, seeing different church bodies working together, we're happy to work with that process. Looking for a commitment to a reflective approach. One of the things that we've seen as evidence of success in projects, I was having a conversation with the gentleman who was responsible for church planting the Free Church of Scotland. And he was saying that where they have the person who's setting up the church being mentored, the likelihood of that church taking root and flourishing increases by something like 90%. So what are you doing that helps, supports, nurtures the people who are doing the work as well as those who you're trying to work with? And how do you reflect on that process and the work you're doing? Because this is a learning journey. I have already been requested to make a change in our application form to level 1 and level 2 funding, and that was after only one application, because we've realised that there's something that, because we're discussing with different people, that would be useful to be in that application form that isn't currently there. Things will change as we work through. They are not blocked. Things will be changing. And how will those who are running the project be trained and supported? That links in with the previous one as well. Next slide. Applications will be prioritised by developing missions for New communities and engaging in intergenerational approaches that get people involved in worship. So that's where our focus is for the first 2 years, or 3 years of the project. These are set for us again by the Assembly trustees and with ratification from General Assembly, but this is where the focus of work is. It is possible for people to also apply for doing work that challenges structures, that looks for changes in society, but they must be linked with one of these other two, engaging with Jewish communities or Next slide. What can and can't be funded? So we're willing to fund training, salaries, equipment, hire of space, all the essentials of your projects. And so there's no requirement for match funding, but we can do all those things. But what it can't be used for are covering retrospective costs, so things that you've already spent your money on were not there to top up your bank balance. And also, we can't help to make up shortfalls in congregational income. We have discussed capital expenditure, and we are open to capital expenditure as well as part of this. Within Go For It, it was particularly where you say you wanted to run a church cafe. We wouldn't just buy the equipment. We want to know what the project was and then what the equipment was that would help with that project. We'll be looking for the reason why you want to spend the money as well as wanting to spend the money. So how do you get that to work together? Next slide. So really I'm just kind of wanted more information about level 1, level 2 and level 3 grants, etc. That may be swamping you with information. So I think we'll just stop there. Just press B for me. Thank you. Any additional questions about what I said?
Anybody got any questions for? I saw lots of scribbling as people were taking. Can I ask David, can we share the slides?
Yes, that's
so
fine.
that will help when you're actually trying to do your reports to your presbyteries in particular, and you'll see the detail that we're on the next few. So are there any questions for David? Right. Norman, would you like to hustle up to the microphone? Oh, you can try. You're on your feet now.
Moderator. This is kind of a question that's sort of tied to our mission as well as this setting. And I realise that a lot of this is about stewardship. And it's good stewardship that we're using, and I've agreed that money, and that is great. But one of my big concerns in my congregations, and I think this is replicated, and it's related to Alex's question earlier, is that stewardship is about time, talent and money. And as a church, we are good at allocating money. But as a church, we've not taken on those other parts of stewardship. Some of my most active and enthusiastic people spend their energy on the structure of the church, whether it's safeguarding or property or money or the stuff that comes from 121 George Street, the stuff that comes from Presbytery, and we're spending our time and talent, and I sometimes wonder if about 90% of our time and talent goes to the structure of the church, and the 10% that's left is about these exciting things. And lots of the people who would be excited are already tired with the structure, and they haven't got the resource for the stuff that we should be doing. So it's really a question about, is the church going to take on stewardship as the bigger picture, not just money, but releasing the time and talent in congregations?
I stand here as the Seeds for Growth manager. I can't solve some of these issues, but I do recognise that they are present. Seeds for Growth sits within the Office of Assembly Trustees, and I think that's right, because from a governance perspective, it's important that we keep ourselves separate from other aspects of church life. But we are also in active discussion with the Faith Action leadership team as to how what they're doing as well will change, because it's not, as Liam was saying, we've been very good at allocating money to things at a congregational, perhaps even presbytery level, but not so good at using some of that resource to modify what we're doing in other ways, in training, in ways in which we bring on people from ministry. So there are those discussions to be had at a broader level, and to some extent the money will be a catalyst for that change to happen as we discover some of the roadblocks perhaps we might face along the way. So I'd encourage you to continue the dialogue, keep that going, and let's see how we can all work together to take steps and make change happen in the church at every level. as we work through. It's not just about how this funding will make stuff happen, but that's important. But it's about how it helps to also transform the rest of the church, in my opinion.
Thank you for answering that extremely challenging question from Norman, but one we recognise. Susan. I'm quite sure the teacher in you is still there, and you could have shouted.
Yeah. But thankfully 3 years out of retirement now, I've lost it, yes. I don't know that my husband would agree with you, but anyway. Now, just because I deliberately, I think, don't understand church law, and I don't understand structures and why things have to happen. So the question for me is, if a congregation is really passionate about what they want to do and they're needing something up to £1,000, why on earth do we have to go through yet another Church of Scotland hoop and bring it to Presbytery before it can go to approval?
You don't, I do. It is the straightforward answer to that question. It's the regulation, it's what I have been given as a structure to work within. It's been watered down as much as possible, but it's just me that's doing the approval. And for me, it's if you're a Church of Scotland church that's doing something that meets the criteria, I want to fund that. But the structure that we have says that Presbytery should be the one that is helping to coordinate activity within your area, and therefore they should be at least aware of the work you're doing and say, yes, it fits with the Presbytery plan, it fits with the local congregational activity, go ahead and do it. So I have approached now all the Presbytery leaders to say, who in your Presbytery will be the person that says yes to these applications, that looks through them, that comes back with a tick. I've had one response so far. So I will also be coming back again after this presentation to say, who within the Presbytery 5 will be the person that says yes to this? So I would encourage you to build a relationship with that person once we know who it is, and let them know. But at the same time, I want level ones to be as simple as possible to get the money. I was the one who said we should have them because there's been nothing down at that level before, and I want to make it as easy as possible because I think often some of the most exciting and visionary ideas come at that sort of level, and then they grow. There was one that we funded previously called 10 Must-Know Bible Stories. We'll go for it. That was just, go for it, would only ever do something at the congregational level. It funded this. It was a teacher who wanted to provide notes to other teachers as to how to teach Bible stories in the context of different aspects of the curriculum. It began to take root. I was encouraging them to think more broadly, and now this has been taken on by the Scottish Bible Society as one of their core projects. It's now a national activity, but that came from more or less £1,000 at the very beginning, and it's been a seed for growth. I hope that has helped, but I appreciate your frustration, and I want to try and work with you on it.
Before, I know, Liz, you've got a question, but the Deputy Clerk would like to respond in a bit to that last one.
One of the things that we're going to be hearing about this afternoon is a review to our standing orders. It would be entirely appropriate for us to add a delegated power so that something can be approved by one or two people and immediately sent back so that it won't be a hold-up.
I should have said that this isn't about getting a full Presbytery meeting that then approves these things at the £1,000 level. This is, yes, a delegated person who is there to say, yes, this works.
Liz, you had your hand up.
Yes, I did. And all I was going to say was, fabric conveners can spend £5,000 on maintenance without coming to the property group or without coming to Presbytery. Why do we have to go through that for £1,000?
Please don't shoot the messenger. I will.
However, when property conveners are spending money, it is the church congregation's money. This is not. Andrew. Whichever one you want to go.
Just as Board of Mission convener, I've not received the letter from the Seeds for Growth about clarifying whose responsibility this would be. If anybody knows me, then you'll know that I really am not into process and structures and stuff. The way I would see this working, although it will come to the Board of Mission, would be that if there was a £1,000 application, it would be sent, it would be included to the Presbytery Clerk, it would then be probably passed through myself or the mission director, and it would just be a simply yes or no. So that it will not be holding up anything at all. We will look at the £10,000 one and see how that would work. One of the advantages, I know, and I understand the annoyance about it, because again, I wouldn't want it myself. But one of the positive things about it from a Board of Mission point of view is that it enables us to see also and to hear about other things that are going on. So it may well be that we receive an application, or we're passing through an application for £1,000, and we are then able to think, all right, they're asking for money for this, for a cafe, just for example, and I might be able to say, oh, someone just down the road or the other side of the presbytery has also just asked for that, or asked for that last year. And so it enables the sharing of information. So it is a pain in the neck. I don't want it, the Presbytery office doesn't want it, but there are also positives to it. And we will also give clarification in the next meeting about how the other structures will work with other applications. But again, I reiterate, we do not want to prolong these things, and we want to make it as easy as possible to give you money.
Thank you.
Especially when it's not actually Presbytery's money.
What goes with that is that the timescales. So level 1, we're hoping to get this turned around within 6 weeks to give you an answer. With level 2, within 8 weeks to give you an answer. We don't yet have the timescales level 3 and 4, but it's going to be the order of probably 2 to 3 months to get the proper levels of a process and approval and assessment going. Thank you very much for that as an answer, because I did go back and say to the trustees before it went to General Assembly, are you sure that this has to go through Presbytery? Are you sure? And they came back and said yes, and the reasoning is that because we're now consolidating the presbyteries down from 40 to 10 or so, the presbytery is creating their own activity. They're finding their feet, and the knowledge of what is happening in the presbytery will be really important and vital to help with them as they move forward. So the learning aspect is vitally important. And something else that's also very important, apart from the money and the activity, is the learning. So what I intend to do is to be hosting on a regular basis, a certain day of the week for an hour of the day, just an open mic online on Teams, saying drop in at any point, have a chat with us or with other people who are there about the projects you're doing, gain some inspiration, get some learning. Let's share what we're doing, let's learn as we go on this pilgrim journey. And then every 6 to 12 months, having a get-together where people share what they're doing. One of the things I've tried before is lightning talks. Lightning talks are 20 slides, 15 seconds per slide, and the presenter has no control as to when the slides go forward. They just keep going every 15 seconds. You get through an awful lot of information in 5 minutes. The last time I tried this at the meeting, it became like a revival. People were saying, I didn't know about that, I didn't know about that. And we covered 12 different topics in the course of the morning. And the buzz at lunchtime of the conversation and coffee was fantastic. So finding ways in which we can share with each other what we're doing, learning with each other and moving forwards on this missional process will be a great thing.
Thank you. We have time for one more question. I'll take Gordon first and then I'll take...
Is there a danger you can get swamped?
I hope so. And if that is a problem I have to face, then we have to face it. I mean, we do all we can to work through them. But please, let the most applications come from your presbytery. That would be great.
Final word.
David, one of the things we talked about earlier was the people resource. As you know, we're currently going through the implementation of the mission plan. One of the things we hope is that that will free up some resource. For example, in Glenrothes, we're looking at 6 churches coming together. That means we've currently got 6 fabric conveners, 6 safeguarding. We're hoping that some stuff, will be freed up. But in the short term, it's actually harder work for us to go through this. Have you got any advice in terms of, we're looking at missional projects that might be relevant here, but at the same time we're buried with the changes. Should we try and do the two at the same time, or what's your thinking?
That's an imponderable that is going to be different in every presbytery. And I would say within this room, we have those who are totally engaged with the reprocessing, and those who are starting to have the ideas about what can happen for the future, allow them to feel their calling and do what they wish to happen within that process.
Thank you. David, thank you very much indeed for sharing your time this morning, and thank you again to Brian and to Liam, who's run off. But you're staying for lunch? David is staying around for lunch, so we expect a queue, or you'll sit at a table up at the top and just...
A single sheet called In a Nutshell, that is just a summary, one-side summary of much of the information that I had this morning that anyone can take with them, and some business cards. So if we don't have enough to give out to people, so I'm not sure how many are going to be here, then take a business card and they will email me and I'll email you back the same thing.
And that means you've got the hotline to, can I, will I, should I? Yes is the answer. Thank you, David. Just before we... Just before we break for lunch, a couple of practical things. If you've not paid for lunch, do come into the front and do that now. If you've got a special diet, let the ladies know. They've all been set apart for those of you who have intimated to us or that we know are on the list for special diet. Boards of mission are reminded to come forward before lunch, just as we break, for a brief meeting. Okay? We will reconvene at 1:30, but why don't we all stand and say grace together? For food, for friends, and for fellowship, we give you thanks, O Lord. Enjoy your lunch.
that's the last time.
Keep it in mic on.
Hopefully that's the last time Lauren has to ring her bell.
It's this one. No, it's not. It is this one.
It is now. Thank you for all coming back. The buzz of conversation is always the best bit of lunchtime or breaks at Presbytery meetings and at General Assemblies. The sedans and apologies are recorded. The sheets are still at the door, so as you exit, if you forgot to sign in, could you add your name at that point? Because at some point this year somebody's going to inspect our books as well, so it's helpful if the sedans are complete. I call for the business convener to talk to you about the agenda.
Thank you, Moderator. Brian Fortress, business convener. The agenda is as in the print with 2 additions and 1 change. The 2 additions are 2 extra sets of minutes which have been circulated for the 9th of March and the 3rd of May, in addition to the 3 that are listed in the agenda. And the change is that under item 4, due diligence of the General Assembly will be given by Fraser Jarvis and Conor Fagan. With that, I move the agenda. Thank you, Moderator.
Thank you. We'll move straight on to the minutes of the meetings, and then I'm going to take the presentation of certificates to our new Weaving Worship cohort after the minutes, so that if they decide they're not staying, but I'm hoping they will, they can run off to do whatever they planned originally to do this afternoon. So first of all, the minute of 18th of February, which was our routine business meeting. Well, nothing's routine in Presbytery. That was our business last business meeting. Are there any corrections to page 1 of the minute? And any corrections to 2? Any for 3? Any for 4? So can we take that minute as a whole? Thank you. The next one is 9th of, if I've got my months right, 9th of March, which is the Union of Lookers with Tayport. Are there any corrections to that minute of the service? Okay, so you accept that as a correct minute? Thank you. The minute of 22nd of March, which was the ordination of Andrea Fraser. Any corrections to that minute? And that Andrea's had a baptism of fire. Minute of 3rd of May. Any corrections to that minute? And that was Stuart coming in as an interim minister at Kirkcaldy Abbots Hall. And the final one was the setting apart of Martin Cunningham as a leader on the 1st of June. Yes?
Moderator Alan Glenrothes, St Columba's, where it talks about Reverend David Smith. He's Reverend David Smith. He's a lovely guy, but he's not a very reverend. So could we delete one of those reverends?
Just proves that some people read them. With that change, are you happy to accept? You're happy to accept that. Thank you. I should say that we should welcome Andrea to her first meeting as an ordained minister and not just sitting as a student, and also to Stuart McPherson, who has come in as the interim minister at Kirkcaldy Town Centre Churches. So you'll see both of them. Stuart, would you like to stand up, because most people haven't met you. So Stuart is in the Kirkcaldy Town Centre. Andrea, most of you should know because I kept using her in Presbytery services last week. But be aware that if you are not in a charge and maybe are available for pulpit supply, Andrea's trying to support 5 congregations at the moment. So she's looking for the odd bit of extra help. So anybody who wishes to offer her the odd Sunday, she will love you. Can we now come on to the presentation of Weaving Worship certificates? Now the report is within the Board of Mission report, but last year I did it up front because this is an important growing piece of work that Presbytery is doing, which is training people within our Presbytery and within our congregations to lead worship in their own congregation. And I'm pleased that we still have a cohort for this year and that the Meeting Worship course will continue to run. The next one will be in September or thereabouts, and it will be run by Sarah Whittle, because as you know, Bill now will not be able to coordinate from a distance. So the course will continue. So for those that are here, could the following come up to the front and just stand in the blank space? And that's Marion Donald from Kearney Hill. Thank you, Marion. George White, Kearney Hill. That's fine. I will be giving George a certificate to the minister to present at a service, and he might want to represent yours at a service. From Line Kilns, Sandra Peebles, not here, and Elaine Souter. So that will also go to the minister for presentation. Wendy Anderson from St Serph's. Nancy Olzock from St Serph's, and Laura Pepperday. Right, I'm just coming to give out your certificates. I've got paper. Gives you time to get it. Are you wanting to? I'll try and keep you standing as limited a time as well. Marion, congratulations. I'm sure you will be used well by your minister. Wendy, congratulations. Now, would you all just turn around so that we can see you? Because it's important that we see you. I'm just going to go into this microphone. First of all, congratulations to this group, the latest of our cohorts, and can we join together in a word of prayer? We pray together for our latest Weave-In Worship cohorts and give thanks that they would be prepared to lead worship in their own church and congregation. Support them as they become more confident in their own style and they enjoy leading worship themselves or as part of a team. In a time when we have a shortage of ministers of word and sacrament, we give thanks for those amongst us who are willing to extend their skills to assist. And we pray that others amongst us may hear the call to explore the use of their skills in leading worship in the future. In Jesus' name, Amen. Thank you, and enjoy. We now come to the section on due diligence to the General Assembly, and you'll be pleased to know that all 35 of Presbytery that attended all fulfilled their diligence. I've had no notifications of people who did not meet the minimum requirements. So I'm delighted that everybody engaged as they should. First of all, we're going to invite Fraser Jarvis. Now, Fraser was one of our youth delegates, and Fraser went to his first General Assembly. Fraser.
Yes, so it was interesting going to the General Assembly because, like I said, it's my first one, and it was pretty good. It was just interesting to see how the church worked, and the reason why I was asked, or why it was suggested for me to go, was to help me understand, well, broaden my perspectives and just understand different perspectives. And it did help me do that, so that was successful. But admittedly, before the General Assembly, I was kind of stuck in this, like, I come from a church that's in Dunfermline, so I was stuck in kind of this Dunfermline sort of bubble in a sense, I only seen the work of God and the church, how it worked in, Dunfermline, and I think the General Assembly definitely helped me come out of that, Dunfermline sort of bubble. It definitely helped me do that, and I think it was quite interesting because I was with fellow youth delegates, and I don't mean this in a horrible way, but most of my church, it's mainly just oldies and kids. So again, I've never really interacted with many young people when I'm within the church. So it was good to interact with people my own age, and I definitely think it was a good spiritual experience as well. Just so if I'm nominated next year to go, I'll gladly attend. Thank you.
Thank you. It's always hard, Fraser, when you've been to your first General Assembly and you come here and you look at all these faces looking at you. But I'm delighted to know that we'll have our first volunteer for next year's General Assembly. And I would also hope that Fraser will willingly chat to anybody that's thinking about going for the first time, because he's hooked. And there are a few of us in the room that just love General Assembly in the positive sense, because you do feel part of the bigger church. Connor's now going to speak to us, and he is going to look at I'm hoping, those decisions and items that really do affect us as we go forward.
Thank you, moderator. Connor Fagan. I suppose to start with, mine's pretty much the same as what Fraser said. One of the things that I thought was so important was coming together, the opportunity to spend time with people at the General Assembly, in the worship, in the events that happened during the week, are so encouraging to know that there are still people of God doing God's work in Scotland at the moment. There is a joy when we come together as the people of God, even if we don't always agree on the best way to go about doing that work. I suppose one of the things that I found most impactful during the week was the opportunity to worship each day, and to worship with quite a large number of people in a way that I certainly don't get to do very often. It was interesting. There were some new styles of music, and I won't pretend I enjoyed it, but other people seemed to be having the time of their lives. But the new moderator and indeed the new principal clerk were like a breath of fresh air in those hallowed halls. And one thing that they kept reminding us was to be still and reflect on the reasons that we were there, which is still to do the work of God. I've been told to keep this brief, and I always aim to please, but there are a few things that come to mind when I reflect on this year's assembly. First of all, you will not be surprised to hear that there was a great deal of talk about the issue of mission and what we actually mean by mission in the church today. I thought there was a particularly important interjection from a minister who tried to remind us that all the talk of mission planning and numbers and buildings isn't necessarily mission. It's the management of resources, but mission has to be what comes out of that. And I thought that was incredibly important to be stated and restated. On the issue of buildings, which I think most of us are probably concerned about. So there were three motions that were passed that I thought were interesting and quite important. One was to ensure that we maintain an adequate number of buildings across the country as the national church in Scotland. One of the other motions was a restatement that buildings can be categorised both from A to B and B to A, that those things are possible. And third, that the General Trustees will review categorisation
and the need for a variety of worship spaces reflecting the theological and liturgical variety which defines our church. So over the next year or two, they're going to review that as well. I do think in this time of mission planning, it's well worth reading the General Trustees' report. I've used most of my time talking about that, but there are a few other things that I think are important for people to have a look at. The new Jewish Christian glossary, which is freely available, is well worth engaging with. If you haven't already, it's a long read, but an important one. So that was one of the highlights for me, and the speech which followed it from the Chief Rabbi. The General Assembly agreed to look again at what teen ministry might look like. That's something that certainly concerns me, and I'm sure lots of others. The chaplain's report was entertaining and inspiring, as it always is. And if you haven't heard the one about the Bishop and the Admiral, I would encourage you to watch the video. That was a good one. It's impossible to summarise everything that was discussed, but helpfully, I don't have to. Life and Work produces a supplement every year. It's 4 pages, well worth a read. I would also encourage you to actually just read the reports. I mean, there's quite a few, but it's important to engage with these things. But in this year, before I went, there was a sense of doom and gloom that pervaded everything. Or at least I felt that, about finance and numbers, bad news about the church all the time. So it was encouraging to come together, a large group of people focused on the same goal. Maybe not the same methods, but definitely the same goal. So if we remember that God remains with us through all of this, then it will work out. So in the midst of our inward looking, we must look out. And as we try to help ourselves, we must also look to try and help others. And if you're wondering where the last bit came from, some of that came from the Reverend Andrea Fraser, who isn't here today with us. I know she is. She's sitting beside me. I am thankful to her for allowing me to come and talk to you today. Thank you.
Thank you to both Connor and to Fraser. The digest of deliverance sections are all on the website. However, they have not yet split it down to congregation and presbytery, so bear with. If it doesn't come out from 1-1 shortly, we will do it locally to make sure that we've pulled out the things that they've said specifically for congregations or for presbytery. Business convener.
Thank you, Moderator. Brian Porteous, Business Convener. Let me start with an apology. I've learned over this circulation of presbytery papers this month that it's not a good idea to go on holiday before the final version is circulated. This is fairly academic for me because this is my last time as Business Convener, but my apologies for the fact that an early draft was circulated, and there are always things that are moving within the Business Committee report in particular, but my apologies to Presbytery Moderator for that. The report is before you. I want to make 1 or 2 comments. First of all, actions taken on the powers to fill the vacancies. We have filled the vacancy on the Business Committee and the Superintendent's Committee following the last meeting of Presbytery. The standing orders, I know that you get really excited about standing orders. There is a process to be gone through. They come to you as members of Presbytery a month before the September meeting, and the clerks and the new business convener are charged with that responsibility. So they will appear for agreement at the next, or discussion anyway, at the next meeting of Presbytery. Admissions to and removals from Presbytery. As many of you will know, Christine Syme has retired from Dalgety, and we wish her well in her retirement. And it has been alluded to on a number of occasions through this meeting. Bill Hunter is moving on to be the Minister for the Minister for Isla and Jura. And subject to the deliverance which will appear in the deliverance for this report, Bill, we do wish you every blessing as you move on. And thank you particularly for all the work you've done in leading worship, both for St Andrew's Presbytery and and for the Presbytery of Fife. The Vacancy Procedure Committee appointments of interim moderators are listed. That's an area that moves very quickly, and there are, I'm looking at the two conveners, there are two further ones which will appear in the Deliverance Moderator, just to bring us up to speed. The nominating committee has been extremely busy. This is the time when we refresh the committees, and their list, the nominations or the proposals are within the Presbytery papers, and the appendix showing the whole list of our committees was circulated with the paper, and they will come forward. But I want to thank John Belford and his team. It's probably one of the most challenging roles within Presbytery, continuing to find people to serve in key positions. So, John, our grateful thanks to you and to the team. Thanks too, under the Vacancy Procedure Committee, to Alan Kimmett, who is no longer the convener of the vacancy, he's delighted to say, the Vacancy Procedure Committee, and we thank him for his service in that role. I'm going to pause at that point and invite John Duncan to present the next bit of the report, which is about the Special Commission in St Moniz Parish Church. Thank you, John.
Moderator John Duncan, convener of the Special Commission in St Moniz, Presbytery of Perth. Moderator, members of the Presbytery, you all have before you the report of the Special Commission, and I wish to highlight certain salient points in the report. Firstly, the Special Commission is grateful for the cooperation and assistance which has been given by the Kirk Sessions of St Isle and St Moniz, and who are ably assisted by their interim moderators and Presbytery's facilitator, the Reverend David Clark. The conversations which have taken place between St Isle and St Moniz regarding a possible union would not have been so fruitful without their encouraging cooperation. Secondly, the Kirk Session of St Moniz is addressing their financial situation with realism, although they are not out of the fiscal woods. We are hopeful this financial position may improve in 2023. Thirdly, the Special Commission must remind Presbytery of the two routes which St Moniz faces, and that is union or dissolution. The Special Commission encourages both St Isle and St Moniz to enter negotiations regarding a possible union at the earliest opportunity. The Special Commission is aware, as Presbytery must be aware, we have a deadline of November 2023 to conclude whether there shall be a union or dissolution. To conclude, Moderator, the Special Commission wishes the Kirk Sessions of St Isle and St Moniz every encouragement in their conversations regarding a possible union, which we pray will lead to the strengthening of good relationships and trust between the elders. Our hope from these conversations is the beginning of negotiations as on a possible union. Moderator, on behalf of the Special Commission, I present our report, and as I am not a member of Presbytery, I would request the business convener to move the report be received by Presbytery.
Thank you, John. Can I invite Alan Kimmett to come forward and just give you a short update on the element of the report that was being handled by the Presbytery Complaints Committee.
Moderator Alan Kimmett, Glenrothes, St Columbus. Previously convener of the Complaints Committee, which we've now disbanded and replaced by the Superintendent's Committee, but I was asked to report on this particular aspect of the report. The role and the processes of the Complaints Committee are very tightly restricted by national guidelines, and particularly in relation to confidentiality, and therefore the Complaints Committee does not normally report back on specifics on actions that have been taken. What I can say is that from the items that were remitted to us, some actions have been taken, and the relevant people have been informed about those actions. There is one element still outstanding. If that requires further action, then it will be remitted to the Superintendent's Committee.
Thank you. Convener, back to you. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Margaret.
With the indulgence and agreement of yourself, Moderator, there is one extra item which has come to us in the past week, and it's a change of name for a church. The change of name has been through all the congregational purposes and through the approval rules and regulations at 121. And that is, and this will come up under deliverance, to change the name of Kirkcaldy Temple Hall and Torbain United Parish Church of Scotland to Kirkcaldy Hope Parish Church of Scotland. So that will come up under the deliverance as a separate item, and but it has been through all the necessary approvals. I think, Moderator, without further comment, I am happy to move the report.
Thank you, Convener. Does Presbytery receive the report? Is there anybody wishes to ask a question or clarification at this point? Otherwise, it can come up as we go through each one. David Redmayne?
Do you want me to come to the microphone, or?
Preferably, because it helps the people that are online.
There's a couple of things that we'll get to.
Yeah.
Ask you to make 2 points, actually. I'm working with the version 1, I'm afraid. I didn't receive the version 3. I'm standing down as interim moderator at Dunfermline St Margaret's on the 25th of June, and I don't see it's noted, so I'm asking that it be noted.
That would get noted at the September meeting.
It will be? Okay.
After you've stood down.
After I stood down, okay. The other thing which is more critical is that I'm just wondering, this is a question really, does Presbytery not mark the retirement of ministers in the way that's been accustomed in the past? It seems to be just a matter of out J. Smith and so on. Is that now to be the case?
That was the decision. Brian, you can answer that.
Yes, I mean, the version you got was a shorthand version of the report, which is why I was particularly upset that it was circulated. But we have paid tribute to the retiral of Christine Syme in the version you gave us. But the Presbytery agreed that it would deal with these matters, the steering group that brought us together, in the way that it's being dealt with now.
Thank you. And I'll try and find that other version.
We'll give you a copy.
Okay, thanks.
Number 2 under the deliverances, and I've got to keep my eye on the wall because they're going to change shortly. Notes and homologates decisions taken under powers to fill the committee vacancies. And if at any time somebody feels they might be called to assist a particular committee, please be in touch with John Belford, because his volunteers are always welcome. 4. Notes the retiral of Christine Syme from Dalgetty Parish Church and wishes her every blessing for the future. 3. Notes the table proposed revisions to the standing orders and agrees to consider, well no, that should read that you will receive them a month before and we will consider them at the September Presbytery.
Yeah, well, no.
Yes, having the
Thank you, Moderator. Alan Kimmett, Deputy Clerk this time. In response to what was raised this morning, I wondered if we could possibly, and I've spoken to Brian about this, add an extra component to the deliverance which says that we agree to suspend Standing Order 56 and amend the standing orders to add to the delegated powers of the Board of Mission to approve Level 1 grant applications for Seeds for Growth. So it's really just what we said would be helpful this morning, and if we do it now, then if anyone puts an application in before September, it can immediately get approved by the Board of Mission.
I'm going to abandon my bit paper now. 4. We've done that. 5. Moderator? None. It's to help the folk online.
Yeah, absolutely. Simply, I mean, this is, we of course want to pray for and bless Bill as he goes off, but I think technically we need to note that the VPC has voted and agreed to release Bill Hunter from Howe of Fife on 7th July and then wish him well. It's just a technical point.
That will be changed in a minute. And I will also report to the Presbytery of Argyll after today that I will send an extract minute. They've sent an extract minute here asking for him. We just have to say, yeah, we reluctantly agreed this morning to send him on his way. However, he will be opening holiday bookings shortly, especially for the whisky tour. 6. Agrees to the appointments proposed by the nomination committees. Are there any additions to those appointments from what was in print? Is that exactly as in print? So do you all agree to those appointments?
Moderator?
Yes, Mr. Grant.
I think this may be the appropriate point to ask something. As a new convener, it would be really helpful if we had a thing called a Presbytery handbook, because as new convener, I know quite a bit about the old Dunfermline Presbytery. I vaguely know where Kirkcaldy is, and St Andrews is the far east as far as I'm concerned. So it would be helpful if we had that facility for us as conveners. Thank you.
I can now answer the question based on the person who has to do it. For the first time since the Presbytery of Fife has been formed, and as a result of Alan having a student that helped us, we now have an agreed Presbytery elder notified to the Presbytery office for every congregation bar 2. And in those 2 congregations we have contacted the current elder and they believe they are continuing. But last year we had less than 50% of the elders confirmed by sessions that they were their Presbytery elder. And therefore it would have been a completely fictitious piece of information. The thing to warn people is, if you are standing down, or if anybody in your congregation is standing down, under GDPR, their records will be removed from the mailing lists on the 30th of June. And on the 1st of July, all the new elders will start, and anybody else will start receiving their documentation. So we now, for the first time, have the information that means we can do that. The one thing I'd also like to put in, and Norman knows I put it in the Dunfermline one, once the standing orders are approved, they will be part of that so that you know exactly where they are. But the first version that comes out obviously won't have the standing orders. They'll be out electronically with one printed copy to every congregation. Because it's absolutely important that you feel you can leave that book somewhere like the church and you don't have to remember to get Wi-Fi connection to find out the crucial piece of information. So absolutely there will be a printed copy for every congregation. Thank you, Convener.
And go moderator number 7 is the vacancy procedure details. I'm checking with Derek and Norman in terms of the additions.
These are the twin
The additions are to appoint Fergus Duncan as interim moderator at Aberdare St Fillan's to replace Alan Monk on the 9th of April and thank Alan for his service, and appoint Marjorie McPherson as the interim moderator at Rosyth from the 11th of April following the retirement of Brian Dover. Those are the 2 additions to the report from the Vacancy Procedure Committee.
Thank you, Convener. Is that accepted? And I completely lost. Notes the progress of the discussions led by the Special Commission announced St Morn's Parish Church. Agreed? Thank you. Agrees that the Business Committee be given powers to act on behalf of Presbytery in respect of routine business until its next full meeting. And given that we're going through the summer, it will feel longer, but it's important things don't stall because it's the summer vacation. 10 agrees to the change of name for Kirkcaldy Temple Hall to Kirkcaldy Hope Parish Church.
Yes.
there needs to be a parish in there.
Yes, must be parish church.
Yeah.
And any, is that it?
I think Alec.
Oh, Alec's got another. Indeed, I owes me. Neither do I.
Alex Shuttleworth, Minister of Tullyallan Kincardine, linked with Salin and Blairgone and everything west of the Misty Mountains in Fife. This meeting is somewhat of a watershed in the history of this new presbytery, in that really it would have been the point at which 3 people all stepped down. Except in the way of things, it's only actually Brian who's stepping down at this meeting. With a kind of Borgia-like tenacity, Andrew Morris is refusing to retire. I don't know what the reason for that is. And Gillian, for various reasons, who's named up in that motion, was, for very good reasons, stepped down earlier. But I think it behooves us not to let it pass. That these people who were chosen by the Transition Committee and their names put to presbytery have guided this presbytery through its birth, have guided it through some incredibly difficult and complicated pieces of business. We had the whole of the COVID thing, we had well, we're still going through presbytery planning and so on. And these 3 people in particular, and today we're mentioning particularly Brian and Gillian. There are others, it's invidious to thank some and not thank everybody, but nonetheless, they have been the leadership of this presbytery. I think they are thanked in the normal course of events by the moderator, but I think we should record it in the minutes that we are grateful indeed to the work that these people have done for us over these past 3 years. And we wish Brian a happy next attempt at retiring, and we wish Gillian every good health and continued success in the ministry here in Wellesley. Thank you.
I will thank those of you, the others of you that are leaving, because some of you have been with us, well, with presbyteries for a long time, and I'll cover that at the end. And the report as a whole. Thank you, Convener, for your final business committee report at the moment. You may be called back, because I did my final presbytery meeting in February. And I'm back. I now call for Mr. Shuttleworth to come back and present the Board of Management report.
I think prevent was better.
No, present.
Alex Shuttleworth, still the Minister of Tullyallan Kincardine, linked with Salin and Blairgone. The report is, as in the print, the important parts of the report are in the print, with one exception, and that is there is a minor error in the financial section of the report and a discrepancy of £10,000. Dear knows where it is, but anyway, I think it is just simply an arithmetical. The Treasurer tells me that it is simply an arithmetical mistake, and I trust the Treasurer absolutely implicitly. So the figures are correct, but the subtraction of 111,073 from 236,330 isn't. So that's the only alteration to this text of the report. But the actual figures are correct. This is my last time standing up here as a kind of pro tem convener of the Board of Management, and I want to say just 2 or 3 words. First of all, I am absolutely stunned by the high quality of the work that is done by these people who are not remote from what they ask you in the congregations to do, because they're dealing with it themselves in their own places. There is an enormous tendency, we've actually heard it this morning a couple of times, to blame upwards, to blame a lot of what we don't like on a level of presbytery, and beyond that a level of 121. In fact, there is no justification for that, basically. We had a very interesting meeting a couple of meetings ago when we
We didn't have anything on the agenda. We deliberately had a meeting where we just sat round on Zoom and talked. And one of the things that came out of that meeting was the level of frustration that the Board of Management itself felt of how much of its work is dealing with work which is given to it, for example, by other people. I'm blaming up in exactly the way I said you shouldn't, but nonetheless it's true. And actually almost a kind of classic case of that was this sudden thing that appeared in the Seeds for Growth report, where suddenly we had to have a Presbytery approval of this £1,000. I actually entirely understand. But you see how much work can be given to committees by people who are just giving you a tiny little drop to do. But all these tiny little drops, by the time they funnel down, result in an enormous deluge. And one of the things that the Business Committee remains committed to do is to relieve you of as much of that pressure as possible. Most things can be dealt with by a phone call to the relevant person. I have a particular bee in my bonnet, for example, about the inspection of records and how we keep minutes. We keep minutes in the Church of Scotland in a more complicated fashion than some of the companies whose boards I've sat on, who are dealing with millions of pounds. I don't know why we, of all the organisations I've ever been in, still have to have widows and orphans and diagonal lines on the back of pages. Partly it's because we are still trying to operate a 21st century church with a 17th or 18th century polity. We've got to get that kind of stuff sorted out. And actually what the Board of Management and Presbytery itself has to start doing is, when instructions come, we should just simply say, no, we're not doing that. And we're not doing that for these reasons. We will therefore immediately be charged with contumacy and the moderator marched off to prison. I can live with that. And if the moderator doesn't want to go to prison, then recent business conveners can fill that role.
The moderator's not here.
I can live with that. But really, 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 we do have to start saying, no. This is not, this is not the way modern churches should work. However, the expertise, the dedication and the hard work of the Board of Management that I've experienced over the past 4 or 5 months when I've just stepped into this breach has been an eye-opener to me. I myself have adopted what I call the young Mr. Grace approach to being convener. I wait until the end of the process, wander in, wave my stick and say, you've all done very well, having had no real idea of what's been going on. It's served me well for 25 years in ministry and I don't intend to change it now. But nonetheless, I present the report, and if you have any questions, the appropriate person will stand up in the hall and answer them. But I think it's pretty straightforward as it is. Thank you very much, Moderator.
Thank you, Alec. Do Presbytery receive the report? Under property, number 1. Any questions? Do you accept number 1? We'll now move to finance. Number 2 and 3 approves the accounts, and 4 approves a budget in respect of the moderator's visit in autumn. Thank you.
I have a comment.
Yeah. Always in order.
Moderator, it's concerning 4. It's not actually concerning the moderator's visit. But it's concerning the section of 4 that comes after it. And I think we would be remiss if Presbytery didn't comment on this, because it directly affects Presbytery. You'll have read it, I know, but this question mark that is arising over the central funding that is coming from the Central Church. In large part, when the presbyteries, when the whole discussion around the presbytery, the amalgamation of presbyteries was talked about, this was a keystone of it. And all through the transitional group, of which I was a part, along with the Venerable Alec Shuttleworth, may God bless and keep him.
No one else will.
That is what we've heard, Alec. One of the assurances that we were given was this central funding. And it seems to me that the church is now rolling back on that. But it's rolling back in a way that is leaving us little ground to stand on. We don't know what monies will or will not be coming. We don't know how long those monies will be in place. And so it makes planning very difficult. It makes planning for staffing very difficult. It makes planning for deciding what we can and what we cannot do very difficult. And what is perplexing in all of this is that the church seems to be resistant to give even a ballpark figure. And I think the Presbytery should say something about this. I don't want to give more work to the Board of Management, but I think the Presbytery, because I don't think it necessarily falls to the Board of Management, but I think the Presbytery should say something about this. Because it isn't just happening to us. And it makes future planning, well, not impossible, but it makes it very difficult. So I think it would be remiss of us just to pass on from this and just let it sit.
Thank you, Graham. Business convener is going to comment.
Thank you, moderator. Yes, wearing my still business convener hat. Thank you, Graham, for raising that. This was discussed in the business committee, which is why I'm standing, and you're right, it's broader than the Board of Management concern, although the Board of Management is concerned about the actual resources to be available to Presbytery. This is a major challenge, and one which we have been raising through various channels nationally. We're in a particularly difficult position because we are one of the smaller presbyteries, one of the first to unite, but one of the smaller presbyteries. And many of the larger presbyteries have a lot more resources in the bank than we have, I'm advised. So it's a matter which is of considerable concern to the business committee. You're right, it should be of considerable concern to us as Presbytery, and it is a matter on which that action or contact will be maintained at different levels through the Clerks Forum and direct to the General Treasurer. But it is a major concern. It's a particular concern when the whole logic behind what was meant to be happening in the church centrally was a decentralisation of resources and responsibilities. And this seems to me to act directly against that. And it cannot be good to do that when the strength of moving this church forward will lie at presbytery and congregational level. So it is a matter of considerable concern, and one which the officers of Presbytery, I'm sure, will be taking forward as aggressively as they can in the future. Thank you, Moderator.
Mr. Shuttleworth, do you wish to comment? Are we going to add a...
I have no comment to add. I mean, I agree entirely, yes.
I will
Thank you, Graham.
ask the clerk to report back to us at the next meeting. I certainly was at a meeting at 121 2 weeks ago where we raised the issue of the decentralisation of staff and why weren't the staff resource or the staff member and their salary not being made available to presbyteries. Not at the cost to the presbytery, but that's in the central budget, so why can't we have the resource? I didn't get an answer, but I think we just have to keep saying it. Now, the safeguarding section.
There are some alterations that we're going to have to make to the safeguarding deliverances, and I apologise for this, I hadn't caught this, but some of these things are things we can't do, but we should put them into the minute because they're important. So under number 5, it would change to note the reminder to every Kirk session, presbytery and so on. So the first word, instead of reminds, is notes the reminder to every Kirk session. And so, because we can't remind presbyteries and employment authorities. So it's a simple change of wording. If that's
happy, I'm going to do one at a time because we need to alter the wording of the next one. Is everybody happy now with number 5, much as we might want to change it?
Yeah.
In number 6, before Alec talks to it, there was a missing line. It stops at retaining the. And it is retaining the mandatory requirement that training be undertaken within the last 5 years. So it's just reinforcing what is actually in the text further up in the report, and it's a direct lift again. So the beginning of that.
And again, at number 6, notes the instruction to would be the first words of that deliverance now, rather than what's in the print. So it simply tidies up the language of it.
Are we happy with number 6, as is? And number 7?
And again, just a small alteration here, notes the I think, yes, sorry,
The
I'm trying to read
instruction,
my mind. Yes,
the notes the instruction to the safeguarding
Yes.
service, and then it carries on.
that's right, yes, notes the instruction to the safeguarding service.
Thank you.
Actually, no, it's notes. Sorry.
Beg your pardon. It notes that the safeguarding service will audit periodically congregational safeguarding records and practice, and I'm suggesting that we remove those words after that. So it just simply reads, notes that the safeguarding service will audit periodically congregational safeguarding records and practice. Regulations that go with that are in another place. We don't need to pass them again.
Thank you.
People there, are we all happy?
Unfortunately, the safeguarding coordinator is in Australia.
Well, she is happy then.
So
Excellent.
have to say she did notice from Australia that she'd stopped finishing number 6.
Sorry.
Yep, number 8.
I think that just as is in the print. Yeah.
It's a note.
Is that a note as well?
It's the last of the notes.
Yes. I beg your pardon.
Are we happy with 8? No, maybe not happy, but 9.
Can't see 8, so we can't.
Yeah, I don't have it on the PowerPoint. It's not here. Someone will have to read it out, sorry.
I'm disturbed that a former convener of the Theological Forum thinks that we can only be happy with things we can actually see.
It was in version 3. It's actually in version 3, but I will read it out. Notes, all those in congregations and presbyteries who are no longer undertaking regulated work for the church should contact Disclosure Scotland and the Safeguarding Service as soon as possible so that their records can be brought up to date. Or if you notify your local safeguarding coordinator, they will also willingly send a note in, because it's one less person to maintain on the register.
I think that stays as in the print. It's just encouraging people to do what they should be doing.
Well, the General Assembly's already decided it and
Yeah.
instructed us, so
Yeah, okay.
So it's notes you've to do.
us it's decided.
Right. 9.
Mine either.
For Donald's benefit, can we see it?
I'll read it because apparently it's not there. Thanks all congregation coordinators for submitting the required safeguarding forms and commend the work that has gone into this. Are we happy with 9? Number 10. Instruct all those congregations where SG7 and SG11 safeguarding forms, that's your register and the questionnaire, where they have not been submitted, they need to be submitted as soon as possible to the Presbytery Safeguarding Coordinator, who is Sheila Boyd. And if you're just not sure, send it to the Presbytery office and we'll send it on. And 11, acknowledges the work undertaken by the Presbytery Safeguarding trainers in running 35 courses from January to June 2023, and thank them for their time and commitment. And the report as a whole. Thank you, Mr. Shuttleworth. We look forward to seeing you back at the front next meeting in a different seat. Board of Mission report. Convener of Board of Mission.
Thank you, Moderator. Andrew Morris, the Firmin East. The report is kind of in 3 parts this afternoon. So there's kind of the main Board of Mission report, which I will lead us through, and then there is the implementation group, and then there's the historic churches, which kind of all comes under Board of Mission, but they'll be led by Donald and by Brian. But we'll come on to that. So initially, the kind of main Board of Mission report, which I'm sure you will have read. Just a couple of things to mention, and a couple of bits of information as well. There's reference in the report to a survey on readership and readers, and it is good. It's been great to have Martin Cunningham approved as a reader and became a reader. Don't know if he's here today. No, but that was a good thing just over the recent months. But there was a survey about readership, and
I think it's disappointing. I think it was a disappointing response to the survey, as in the numbers, but there are still things that will be taken forward from that report. We received it a bit too late for the Board of Mission to consider it properly, but we will consider it properly, and there are several points of action that I think will be taken from that, and that will come up in the next. That will be in the next report in September. But you can read the report because it was included in the emails in this past week. I've already mentioned Weaving Worship, and these folks who can become part of leading worship, which is a great resource. Also in another kind of resource going forward with regards to mission is we've got Trudy Newton, who's coming towards the end of her probationary period, and with lack of vacancies at the moment, she will be offered an assistant minister role, and that's likely, almost certainly, to be, we're just crossing the T's, and that'll be based in Kirkcaldy, mainly with in St Brice Kirk, but also offering other pastoral care and encouragement mission-wise, but also she's going to be looking at intergenerational worship and mission, and that will be a presbytery-wide role, and helping us to think through what that means and how that might work out in our local context. And in many ways it ties in with what we're thinking about this morning. And we also have Adrian, who's completing his familiarisation time with us in Glenrothes, and he is going to be, we're looking for him to continue in that role for another 18 months contract in a similar way as Trudy. We've also got the encouragement of two folks who have been accepted as candidates for Ministry of Word and Sacrament, Lee and Elliot, and we, in due course, I'm sure we'll meet them as a presbytery, and we will be encouraging them in that. Also, with regards to new people, we've valued greatly having Giles with us. I don't know if you've all met Giles. This is our first. We have our Presbytery meeting. And so this is Giles. Giles has been some of you will have met him. He has been our interim mission director. And he has played a valuable role for me anyway, and for others, filling the gap in between Neil and our new mission director. And I know he's been meeting with some of you, and it's really encouraging churches and clusters as we've been looking at implementing the mission plan and helping us with that, and helping us very much to think about mission and the mission of God, again, which we're thinking about this morning. And we do very much appreciate Giles being with us. But that also does lead us on to the appointment of a new mission director. Giles was always going to be an interim, as it were. And we have now made an appointment of Lorraine Orr, who currently works in Linlithgow, actually with Liam, who was here this morning. And she will be starting on the 28th of August in her role, and there'll be crossover with Giles there, so there'll be a handover in that regard. So that is good news. Certainly good news for me, and I'm sure then it'll be good news for folks in the Presbytery as she begins her work in encouraging mission in our Presbytery. I think I was talking to Giles, and I were having a discussion the other day, and we kind of both agreed that although the board is called the Board of Mission, and although the Presbytery Mission Plan has a word mission in it, that a lot of our work from day to day is very much about process and structures, and not ticking boxes, because these processes are useful and sometimes are useful and are needed. But the temptation and the great danger is that we talk about all these things and go to all these meetings, and actually the main thing is Jesus and making Jesus known in our communities. And it's been encouraging today with our morning to have that focus and to be refocused. And the danger is, I joked with someone earlier on that at lunchtime, I almost moved the motion that we would just depart after lunch. so that we could just think about what we have learnt this morning and we're thinking about this morning. And so with the process of this afternoon, let's not forget what we thought about this morning and about mission. That's what we're about, making Jesus known. And so after that sermon, I will now move on to present at least this part of deliverance.
Thank you, Andrew. We're going to take each bit of the report and agree the report and the deliverance so that we're concentrating when we get to the next two bits on implementation and then on the historic buildings. So do you receive the report on Nigel?
Moderator Nigel Robb, interim moderator of Crail Link with St Isle. I have a comment, a question and a little bit of information. The comment being, I didn't quite understand the idea that this was a problem under 2.1, the funeral training course, that there had been a miscommunication. It was my understanding that the task group really had so much on its plate it could not proceed at this time. I would like to know who the word they hope will be able to participate in the future, because I'm not sure that the team that the Very Reverend John Christie and myself assembled are actually aware if they are actually expected to do that. And the bit of information was that the Presbytery of Glasgow has decided to work with Faith Nurture and put on the course on conduct of funerals on the 26th of August, the 7th of September and the 4th of November. And they will be pleased to have anybody from Fife enrol. The deacon who is in charge of the area of vacant charges, Mr. Paul Cathcart, is coordinating that, and I'd be happy to have any names if they are available. Thank you.
Just to reassure anybody who thinks about the day, Kay Cathcart has spoken to the clerk and I about the fact that this will happen, but not in the first round. So it'll be the autumn, I think.
Yes, the miscommunication was that emails ended up in someone's spam, and so that was the miscommunication. And it was as simple as that.
The joys of IT. Do we accept, does Presbytery receive the report? Yes? Let's just hold on a minute, Brian. Yeah?
This may sound pedantic, but it's actually got a pastoral reason behind it. Technically speaking, the folk who are being appointed as associate ministers are associate ministers, not assistant ministers. They're folk who are ordained into their posts. So Andrea Fraser, Adrian Bantonda is already an ordained minister and has served 7 years, and Trudy will be ordained into her post. So they would otherwise be in parishes and ministers of full standing. So just for a pastoral, I think it's important that people understand that distinction, is that these are, although they haven't got a parish yet because of the planning process, they are ministers in full status.
Thank you.
Yes. From I don't think I'm disagreeing. Contractually, I'll not bore you with it. Contractually, it has to be. They are assistant ministers, are they not? Or am I wrong?
And fill in the rest of it yourself. That not fit? We've already congratulated the Weaving Worship Cohort, and we do so again. And we agree, the Presbytery has to officially agree to the nomination of our 2 candidates for Minister of Word and Sacrament, and hopefully in the coming months we might have more joining it. So the Presbytery agreed to that section of Word and Mission as a whole. So we're now on to the implementation group.
Thank you, Moderator. Thank you, Andrew. Brian Porteous, convener of the Fife Presbytery Mission Plan Implementation Group. Snappy title. Presbytery will remember that the purpose of bringing this together in one bundle as part of the Board of Mission report is just simply to show the progress we're making against the plan. Part of that will help us with the reporting and the review of the plan in due course when we get guidance on how that's to happen. We are awaiting that guidance from the Church nationally. So before you today, there are in the print the sale of two buildings, Kenbach Church and Strathmigler Church, which have both gone through all necessary approvals. But moderator, I want to add one, and that is the Presbytery agreeing to the sale or disposal of a Thornton building of Markinch and Thornton Parish Church. So there will be three when it comes to the deliverance. Proposed union in the St Andrews cluster. The one that's before you now is of Holy Trinity, Boar Hills and Danino Parish Churches, who have voted for the union, and it again has been through the approvals. Thanks to David Clark, who has been facilitator for the whole of the East Nuke up to this point, but is now helping, very much helping, with us in St Monans and St Isle. So thanks to him. Note that you'll know that in the Presbytery Mission Plan we have to work to a figure of 44.5. When that becomes a challenge is when the resources for the rest disappear, and the resources particularly for guardianship allowances disappear. And Presbytery needs to be aware of that because they disappear in 2025. And so the Presbytery Plan Implementation Group will be bringing to Presbytery proposals to address these issues. Essentially, if allowances are not converted within the Presbytery Mission Plan into posts or parts of posts, then these allowances will go. And that's going to be when it really gets tough for us in terms of the implementation of the plan. Moderator, that's it. Move that part of the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Did you receive that part of the Board of Mission report? First deliverance, which is agreeing to the sale and disposal of Kenbach Church. The second one, which is agreeing to the sale of Strathmigler, just making sure you've got the order right. And then to Thornton. Thank you. The Union of Holy Trinity, Boar Hills and Danino Parish Church can now proceed, agreeing to that. We regard our thanks to David Clark for his work as facilitator for the East Nuke cluster. These facilitators do a lot of good work, and it takes a lot of their time, so we're very grateful for all of them that do that work. And instruct the Business Committee to arrange a service of union as soon as convenient for both charges. That's for Holy Trinity and the Boar Hills and Danino. And the report as a whole. Thank you. I will now ask the Reverend Donald McEwen to come forward and present the report of the Historic Churches Working Group.
Moderator, my name is Donald McEwen. Got a bit of a cold, so I'll do my best. And I'm the chaplain to St Andrews University, which is not a Church of Scotland role, but I'm a member of Fife Presbytery, and I'm a former minister of St Monans and Largo Ward, which I think is worth saying in case there was any thought of well, just because St Monans is mentioned in this report, I think it's good to say that I'm a former minister of St Monans, linked with Largo Ward at the time, and I've been convener of a Historic Churches Working Group, which was founded at this Presbytery meeting last year in June. So the report that our group has produced was circulated with Presbytery papers. But I do just want to say a few words to introduce it, because at about 17 pages it's a lengthy-ish read, and you may not have had time to read it. And so let me just highlight some of the key points within it. First of all, our group began, its origins really were that there was disquiet within people of the churches of Fife, Church of Scotland and Fife, and people who live
within our boundaries who know our churches, especially our historic churches. There was disquiet that the Presbytery Mission Plan didn't take sufficient account of certain features of historic church buildings. And so our group was founded. There were 5 people on it. I'm the convener. And I want to thank now everybody else who's been on that group. I want to thank those in the 8 churches that we visited in person and other people who spoke to us or communicated with us. And we had a number of meetings with conversation partners from beyond the church, and I want to thank all of them, some of whom may well be watching the live stream, and thank you for your patience in waiting till this time if you've been watching at home. Let me give a brief summary. The Historic Churches Working Group believe profoundly that church buildings can be assets for mission. And we think that there's a number of ways that historic church buildings do this. In their beauty, their proportion, in an atmosphere of spirituality, in speaking of the community of faith across generations, in exemplifying a community's sense of itself, and in many ways fostering an encounter between the individual and God, and indeed between people corporately together and God. Our report explores the ways that churches can enhance the ways that their historic building can conduce to the mission of God. And I think everything we're saying in this report is of a piece with what Liam shared with us earlier, that it is God's mission in which we share. So here are ways that we think churches can enhance that encounter with God via their building. Through worship, of course. Through other events. Through education, not only of children, but certainly including children. Of being hospitable towards visitors. In being flexible as a space, in being a place that pilgrims can come in and find various forms of welcome there. Of course, we are conscious of the contemporary context that's been mentioned in successive reports and talks today. Climate change, the overwhelming issue facing our planet, should be relevant for all we do as a church. Accessibility issues are to a church building and then within. We are conscious of the lack of resources that many places have or lack. Local leadership, not enough money, too few ministers. And we're conscious of COVID, which seems to have been a real threshold in church and congregational life. We make general recommendations for reviews of the Presbytery Mission Plan and for all future decision making around historic church buildings. If you have the report either on a screen or you've printed it out, it's on page 14. But I am going to read out our 6 general recommendations, because some of you just may not have access to that right now. I couldn't open the Board of Mission report on my screen, that's why I needed it there. So here are 6 general recommendations for future decision making around historic church buildings. The length of Christian witness in the building. The building's architecture and fabric, its art, decoration, acoustic, and atmosphere enhance the experience of worship and encounter with God. The importance of the building to the broader community's experience of its own identity. The church's commitment to being open as much as possible throughout the week. I don't mean that in a metaphorical sense, I mean that the doors are unlocked. The Church's openness to ecumenical engagement. And the Church's openness to partnerships with other users, such as musical performers, historical societies, and others. In other words, these are criteria which have not been before this Presbytery's mind in deciding the categorisation of historic church buildings, and we recommend that they should be from now on. But we also recognise that of the 30 or so churches, including Kemback, Thornton and others, Strathmiglo, that were on the Presbytery's list of B for disposal, many of them will be disposed of. We recommend as good a disposal as possible. Whom to sell to, how to sell them, and how to support people affected by the disposal. I've led worship in Kemback. I loved it many, many years ago. This may well have been the right decision, but I know there will be people within the church congregation and wider community, and perhaps around the world, who will be saddened by this change that we are making. Good disposal recognises and honours the feelings around disposal. We as a group are strongly of the view that community trusts can be good new owners of historic church buildings, and we encourage them to be formed for some of Fife's churches. So those are general recommendations. We also make some specific recommendations, and the reason we do this is because in the Presbytery Mission Plan it says of 7 A-listed, now it's confusing, Historic Environment Scotland use A, B and C. The Church of Scotland has unhelpfully also used the same letters, A and B. So there are 7 Historic Scotland A-listed churches, which the Presbytery has designated B disposal. And it says in the Presbytery Mission Plan to be disposed of by December 2027, historic HES A, review pending historic churches working group. Now, our working group's not the reviewing body. That will be a body that Presbytery determines. And it may be that the director of the Board of Mission may want to speak to that. But so we've produced some specific recommendations to help with that review. And we've considered possible way forward. I have to say it was tempting to recommend that all be retained. That we recommend that all 7 of these A-listed churches no longer be considered B for disposal, but instead now be considered A for retention. That was tempting. One correspondent whom I have permission to quote, Tom Wright, the former Bishop of Durham, the NT scholar known as NT Wright, he used to live in the East Neuk between Connaught and St Monans and was a regular worshipper in St Monans. And he said, to sell St Monans Church would be like disposing of Westminster Abbey. And in some ways we agree. It has been heartbreaking to hear congregations speak of leaving such historic witnesses to the faith. Tempting to recommend that all 7 be retained, but we've not done so, because we're aware of the context of the Church of Scotland and in Fife. We could see pros and cons in all the Presbytery mission planning decisions about these churches, pros and cons in them all. In the end, we felt we could only recommend an overturning of the Presbytery mission plan if it was to us really clear-cut that a better decision could be made. In other words, when we were conflicted, we tended to recommend the status quo of the Presbytery mission plan. But when we were fairly clear that a better decision could fairly obviously be made, and that there was a very strong case for retention, we've made that suggestion. And that's what we've done for St Fillan's Aberdour and Crail. But in some ways we hope that some of the many other historic buildings to be disposed of will remain in public use and may even remain available for worship at certain times. Also to say, this working group report is not the review of the Presbytery Mission Plan. We are a voice, but this presbytery is a voice. Members of the churches that will be disposed of in the plan also have a voice and can, and I hope will, contribute more fully to that review. We also make one final recommendation that a new committee, the Historic Churches Support Group, be formed. The five of us have realised over this past year that many churches, or indeed new community trusts, may need support and advice, signposting them to good information and resources, and helping them to liaise with Presbytery and beyond, whether they are disposing of their building or retaining it. With a somewhat heavy heart, if Presbytery is minded this way, I'm willing to serve for a couple of years as the first convener of that support group. I've made a typo in the Deliverance 5. When it says Historic Churches Working Group, that should be, instead of working, support. But you may, with wisdom, decide to reject Deliverance 5. In which case, I might find something else to do with the little bit of spare time the university gives me. Anyway, that's the end of what I want to say now. I really do, and moderator, I'm sure Presbytery also does, really would welcome questions and comments at this time. These are weighty matters. When a church building leaves the care of the general trustees, it's a big change. And I will try to answer, as will other members of the working group here, any questions you have, or respond as well as I can to any comments. Moderator.
Thank you, Donald, and thank you for the work of your committee so far. Does anybody have any general questions or comments before we go to the questions or comments as we take each section of the deliverance? Has anybody at the moment got any questions for the convener? Jane? And then you'll be second. There's one right behind you.
Series Kenback and Springfield. Donald, thank you for your comments, particularly about Kenback. I feel like Dr. Death at the moment, having been interim moderator at Eden's Head, having just agreed to dispose of Strathmiglo and my own parish in Kenback. It's just to say to Donald, I really like the idea of the word support, because like all of us, I'm sure, when it comes to this, it's so hard and so emotional. And for all that we know, the church is the people, the feeling and the history and the connections with buildings. I do not need to labour the point. And when it came to both these churches, and indeed previous churches at Largo, Lower Largo for example, the question always is, well, what's going to happen to the building? People want to know. And of course the quick answer is, well, once the General Trustees and Presbytery give the nod, we can just give it to Thorntons and hopefully get the best price. But there's so much more to it than that, and Donald, you suggested. And it was just to humbly sort of say, just keep on doing that, because I think what would be really helpful and something of a comfort blanket would be if this committee is formed to prepare as part of presumably a bigger document a list of possible futures and a list of possible routes and typical organisations and strategies that have worked well in the past for how we can gently, lovingly let our buildings go. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Morning. Yeah, you can answer that.
Thank you, Jane. Yes, within the report there's about a page of web links that have been supplied by the General Trustees and by many of the Fife-based and national trust organisations which care about the built heritage of Scotland. None of them should be broken links, and they offer a welter of support, advice on forming a trust, fundraising, which we heard earlier, on that practical side of things. The General Trustees is a little more sympathetic at the moment than they may have been in the past to not simply immediately selling on the open market, but to supporting communities with a little bit of time and advice if a community is minded to retain the church for public use within the community. And my role will be signposting, as will that group if it's formed, and we'll do our best. Thank you.
Thank you. Maureen, Jack, you were next with your hands up, and then I'm trying to keep track of everybody up the route.
Thank you, Moderator. Maureen Jackson, Leonard St Andrews. One comment on the general recommendations, Donald. They're all prefaced with the noun the church, whereas in fact the first three are actually about the church building, and the last three are actually about the congregation. And I think perhaps that's a distinction that it might be helpful to make. The other thing, the passion in this report absolutely shines through. And I attended the online meeting, and each of the members of the group spoke about their passion for historic churches, and that's absolutely right. I have a slight concern that an early draft of the Presbytery Mission Plan may not have acknowledged the position of historic churches enough. My slight concern is that we are at risk of going in overbalancing in the other direction. And I'm conscious that presbyteries' human and financial resources are not limited, and decisions that we make about historic churches have implications for other churches in our presbytery too. And I just would like us to be aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I'm just queuing anybody who wants to ask a question.
Valencia Salary with Crail Parish, and you can figure out by my accent, I'm not Scottish by birth, but I am Scottish by blood. And we are one of the churches that recommended that we stay. My concern is the villagers are quite nervous about the church closing as well as the congregation. So the support group is really important to us for their concern and our concern. So that would be nice to have some information about how that's going to be handled, and the next group that's going to be supporting, what are they going to be looking at? Because yes, your report was nice, but sometimes when you look at it, it was not really, trying to say this in a nice way.
Go for it.
Say it's right. Okay, it wasn't people who had a vested kind of interest in the history of what went on with that church, who came to that church, the people who were from Crail, and the history that was with that church, the religion that went with that church, and that's what instilled with the people, the villagers, and they don't want, I'm going to get emotional, I wasn't even born there. They don't want to lose that church, so, and I think that's what's happening with all the churches that we're looking to close. you know, and we really need that support. I think that's what I want to say is we need that kind of support. And granted, our church may not close because we're picked to possibly retain, but we need to know the steps, and that support group will be very important. So if we could have a little bit more information on how that's going to work, you know, and more information and communication, because it seems like there's been a lack of communication on how everything is going to happen, you know, and I know that you guys are still on your baby steps of the formation of the presbytery, and I understand that as well, but communication is such a key to make all of us feel more comfortable about the whole process. So that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you. John, do you want to respond? No? You don't have to.
Just to say that that's a question that if an ongoing historic churchy support group happens, we'll be thinking about it. I suppose my advice to anybody here from Crail Church is get talking to anyone you can in your community about what purposes and uses you have for that beautiful church in its setting, how you can work together so that it becomes such an asset for Crail, for the mission of God in Crail, that it flourishes it flourishes in so many ways that that faith comes alive in fresh ways for people throughout the community. And actually that has to come from you, not from any support group. We can certainly advise on signposting, but you know, the support group can't be a vision-giving group. It has to come from people who are part of those communities.
Thank you. There's another.
I'll just stand here.
Just shout very loudly.
Robert Nelson from Curacao. It's one of the churches, one of the first churches that you listed to close. It's one of the reasons that Curacao exists. The number of tourists and visitors that we have is in the thousands every year, and they come mainly for the spiritual part of visiting our church. And it can be seen in the messages left in the visitors book, and also the messages left in the prayer form. The idea that this is now shifted a building value for insurance purposes at 21 million is to be transferred to a community trust. I'm asking now, how deep are the pockets of the Church of Scotland to assist that to happen?
I'm not going to try and answer that one on the hoof, but I think that's part, the support group and people at 121 who have access and guidance on sources of funding will also put people in touch, and Donald can correct me. There are other congregations with historic buildings who elsewhere in Scotland who have managed to do it, and we need to learn from their journey. And if they made mistakes, we don't make the same mistakes. But Donald.
I think Liam Fraser's presentation this morning, I don't know if you were here, Robert, for that, but what he was talking about mission more broadly. One thing he mentioned was, if you can demonstrate to grant award making bodies, when I say you, if one can demonstrate to grant award making bodies that a particular project is of significant benefit to those who in some ways are disadvantaged or have a need for resources within a community, that can open the pockets of trusts and award making bodies. That's one way that a community trust might be able to access money in the way that a Kirk session cannot, because a Kirk session's purposes is solely for religion, and many grant award making bodies will not fund religious purposes alone. But it's a big question you're asking, and maybe we should invite a member of the General Trustees to a subsequent meeting of Presbytery to answer those questions.
Thank you. Convener of the Business Committee, and then we'll...
No, Moderator, Brian Prochus, Interim Moderator at St Lawrence. for the avoidance and for the record. Just to give people hope, St Lawrence is under particular pressure, and it's our friends in St Isle, because part of the challenge of the St Lawrence Special Commission has been the building. But there is progress, and quite fast progress happening, in looking at the transfer of that building to the community. The Community Council has set up a little steering group, and the Fife Historic Buildings Trust is funding a feasibility study into the transfer of that building. The General Trustees have been fully engaged. In fact, their convener, who is the minister at Crown Court Church in London, actually came to a meeting in Cellardyke about that. And they have a lot of live experience at the moment, particularly in the disposal of places as iconic as Brecon Cathedral. So that there is quite a lot of advice, and the recently published advice, of which the Church of Scotland has been part, is extremely helpful in terms of community purchases. But there is the need certainly within the St Lawrence community is to show that it will work financially. But that process has started, and hopefully Donald, your group will be a support as that process moves on. Thank you.
Thank you. There's one more question from the floor. I'll take this one as the last one at the moment, but there will still be the opportunity for question and comment as we go through each deliverance.
That's quite all right. Take your time.
I'm Jeff Robinson. I'm an equalising elder from the Parish Church of Crow. And I'd just like to run through something because not everyone here will be as familiar as we at our church are with the vagaries of decision making and the sort of uncertainty that we have felt and indeed continue to feel in a church that's now on the periphery of this very big parish presbytery. When we were in St Andrew's Presbytery, we had difficulty in getting authority to spend money to keep our church right. But we got there. We had the money, we had it secured and had some of it already. Then the new presbytery came. And just in advance of that, stop, can't spend anything more than minor works. At that point, we were an A-listed church. The General Trustees, I and some colleagues went round the whole parish, the whole presbytery, and were with them when they said we are an A-listed church. That was scrapped again in the new mission plan for presbytery plan for this enlarged parish, this enlarged presbytery. And we feel really very cheated because we've twice been prevented from spending money that we could secure, and meanwhile our church, I won't say it's going to rack and ruin, but it needs money spending on it, and it needs spending urgently. Not very long ago, 3 or 4 weeks ago, I sat in church and a lump of plaster fell right next to me. Had it landed on me, it would have been painful at least. We can't go on like that. And we do feel out on a limb, long way from the bulk of population, if you like, the centre of gravity of this presbytery. I'm not criticising the presbytery, but we do feel we don't get a fair crack of the whip. And we need something happening soon. It's all right having a nice group setting up. Meanwhile, what do we do until this group is up and active? So I would just impress upon you our feeling, our need for some urgent action in our church, as well as others, but we can only speak for our church. Thank you.
Thank you. Do Donald or Andrew want to say anything before I go to the deliverance? Donald? You're not being forced to, I'm just giving you the opportunity.
Thank you, Ricky. As soon as we get the implementation plan sorted and as soon as decisions are made, that should happen. That's beyond my remit, but I think we should be cracking on. I quite agree.
Thank you.
Did Presbytery receive, sorry, did somebody else receive the report? Yep, there's one there, and there's one nearly standing up here. Do you want to come down so that when one's finished, we're not... And Hazel, do you want to speak as well?
Bill Sweeney, Burnt Island. Members of the congregations of the churches involved have been cited to attend.
Yep.
Could or should they not be allowed to make comment?
Yes, we've
Yeah.
received a warning of one comment, certainly, so...
So by going through each congregation by turn and asking
Okay.
if they want comment?
I need to get
Thank
the
you.
list of congregations down.
We'll start with Burnt Island because Burnt Island are here now. I'll start with the B and I'll get the list organised in my head.
Madam Moderator, members of Presbytery, Liz Taylor, Burnt Island Parish Church Session Clerk. The Kirk Session and congregation of Burnt Island Parish Church are extremely disappointed that after 431 years our continued use of our sanctuary as a place of worship has been denied for future generations. Our church holds a special place in ecclesiastical history of not only the Church of Scotland but also in Christianity worldwide. It's known as the Kirk of the Bible, as it was here in 1601 that King James VI of Scotland visited the General Assembly and decreed that a new version of the Bible should be commissioned. This would eventually be known as the King James Version. Now, this historical value doesn't seem to have been considered with the decision, although historic churches have recognised the hard work put in by the Kirk Session, the congregation and the wider members of the community, and have recommended that we pursue the setting up of a local trust. But this seems to go against the General Trustees Report to the General Assembly 2023, points 2.71, 2 and 3, which again does not seem to have come into play in making this decision. We believe that Burnt Island Parish Church, being the birthplace of the King James's Bible, the oldest post-Reformation church still in use, provides a unique opportunity for missional outreach. It's undoubtedly a historic signature church, and in the words of the Church of Scotland report, is a building that is a cultural asset, and it is our belief it has great potential for mission. On reading the recommendation, the first question that actually came to mind was, are we being penalised for the hard work and commitment we as a church community have put in working alongside our other churches to build a strong bond and partnership, and with our Heritage Centre, that you can probably understand that we feel we're left to go it alone and find another use for our building. So it quite gladdened me to hear today that there is going to be a support group set in. But all that being said, we are actually a proactive church. We're aiming to grow. We want to show God's love and to serve the community. Our Kirk Session took a vote, and although we're really not happy with the recommendation of Historic Churches Working Group, by a majority of 2, only 2, we voted reluctantly to accept the decision and move forward with our plans for the future and for the retention of our beautiful sanctuary, working with others in the community. But the Kirk Session of Burnt Island feel that as we are going to be held responsible for the upkeep of the church until it's either let, sold or otherwise disposed of, it is the intention of the Kirk Session to continue worshipping in our church until such said time. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, certainly.
I'll wait till Liz sits down. It's hard to walk back to your place and then take account of what's happening. Yeah, that's right. Moderator, I want to thank Liz very much for her comments, and in many ways, I think personally, I agreed with all that you said there. We did take account of the connection of the King James Bible with Burnt Island Church. And I think actually it's an oversight that that's not mentioned, and I'm sorry about that. We knew that, you shared that with us when we visited. I suppose what I would say is that we were a group of 5, And it was only when we had consensus amongst ourselves that the report could recommend an overturning of the Presbytery Mission Plan. And so, in other words, there wasn't a strong enough feeling that yours was a clear-cut case that we as a working group could recommend a change to the Presbytery Mission Plan. But that does not mean that the very solid arguments that you have made should not have been made. I'm glad you did. And I would think that any group reviewing the Presbytery Mission Plan would need to be guided by, not only by what we have said, but by people who do live in the area, worship in the church, and have been involved in what it does. And yes, the support group, if it does come into being, we'd want to support Burnt Island along with any other church, whether it is retained or disposed of. And if you have not been to Burnt Island Church, I would encourage you to visit. It's warmly welcoming, it's a fascinating design, and there are beautiful ornamentation and decoration that speaks of that community's range of identities. We would have loved to ignore broader realities, and sometimes that means recommending something that our mind was with but our heart was not.
Thank you, Bill. Now, I'm going to invite the other congregations, if they wish to make it, if it's a significant statement that may influence the rest of the accepting of the recommendations, that would be helpful to hear now. Otherwise, we will be happy to receive any kind of input. So I'll do this in this near alphabetical order now. So Aberdour, are you wishing to speak? Thank you. Come forward, Bill.
It's always dangerous to ask me if I'm going to speak.
Yes, we do.
And the time is up.
Bill Henderson, St Fillan's, Aberdour. I find this very difficult because I wanted all 7 to be kept open. But unfortunately, I appreciate there are things around that doesn't allow that. I'm quite grateful to the Presbytery Mission Plan because it gave me and others an opportunity to contact the community and tell them that a church that they had all told me they loved was in danger of closing. And since then, I cannot walk a street in Aberdour that I am not challenged about what's going to happen, what are you going to do if it's closed, etc., etc. We were challenged to see if we could make more use of our church, and as per usual, as in my case, I love to take up a challenge. And since then, we have had 2 or 3 choirs that have used us on a regular basis. I've been told by one of the conductors, a lady called Mandy Miller, that Aberdour has some of the best acoustics that she has ever conducted a choir in anywhere. We've had talks from various people. John Bell came down to see us. We had a sermon done by the late Ian Greenshields, the moderator. We have had various people that have come to see us, and people that have come into our church that have never been before. I got a terrible fright when the Courier had an article in on Thursday regarding it. So I immediately contacted Presbytery and said, whoever it wasn't me that went to the press. I will not lie, we have used the press on some occasions, and sometimes I've been embarrassed by some of the things that have been said, but I think it rallied an awful lot of people, not only in Aberdour, but in the surrounding areas. I got asked by somebody in Dunfermline the other day who knew I was part of St Fillan's, they're surely not going to close you, are they? Other people from Edinburgh, Glasgow, other countries, America, have contacted me and said what's happening. I believe that we have a church that deserves to be given a chance to see whether or not we can take it forward. I don't know, you know. If there's anybody out there with a crystal ball that can tell me where the Church of Scotland will be in 25 years, let alone St Fillan's, I'd be glad to hear. Because the church, as other churches, is challenged by so many things, but I don't believe closing churches is one of the ways forward. So all I can say to Presbytery is that we will continue to serve the people of the community of Aberdour and the surrounds, and we are very happy to take on mission. I agree with the comments made by the support group. I think that is vital for us as well as everybody else, because we need help. Financially we're okay. The office bearers are all up for the discussion. I was going to say fight, but I'm not supposed to say that. And the congregation are. But we will need help in the future if St Fillan's is to continue. I thank the Historic Working Group that they've given us a chance, and I hope we don't let them down. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. I'm going to move to Crail now. Is anybody from Crail with... Oh, we've just done Crail. I scored the wrong one out. Curious. We've had one representation from Curious. Is there anybody else wishing to speak from Curious? Okay. Wim. I've missed Cooper, but I'll go back to it. But no. Cooper Old. St Monans. Okay.
I've spoken.
You've spoken in Bath St Monans. So we now move to number 2 of the deliverance. Note that when the Presbytery Mission Plan is formally reviewed, that review will be guided by the report, in particular its general and specific recommendations. Mr. Shuttleworth.
I'd like to, Alex Shuttleworth, Kincardine and Tully Allen, Southern Bloom and John, I'd like to propose an amendment to this, which I hope the convener will accept, but he may not. And it really is an attempt to tidy up something of language, really, and something of what I sense may be an assumption that what happens at this meeting here, once and for all, decides the future of Aberdour or Couros or anywhere else. It doesn't. We know that it doesn't. So if I give you the terms of the amendment first, it's section 2. Note that the Presbytery Mission Plan, note when the Presbytery Mission Plan is formally reviewed, that review should consult, we miss out everything after will be, and replace it with should consult the Historic Churches Support Group. As it stands at the moment in the text, what it says is that will be guided. Well, you can be guided. That's like we have a statutory duty to consult. Consulting doesn't actually change anything. You actually just have to turn up, talk, and then go away. What I'm suggesting is that we should technically move this section then down further down after the appointment of the Historic Working Group. But rather than saying guided, let's say this Historic Churches Support Group has the teeth to be part of that consultation in respect of these charges. But it doesn't give anybody any false hope, and it doesn't give anybody an end at sort of terminal despair. So it's just a simple tidying up of the text. It strengthens the expectations of this meeting. And if you want that again, Lon, or?
No, it's fine.
It's fine. Well, Lon accepts it, so that's great.
You to read it out again, Alex.
Notes that when the Presbytery Mission Plan is formally reviewed, that review should consult the Historic Churches Working Group. And for the support group, I beg your pardon. And for neatness, that should probably become a new section 4, move everything else up.
Thank you, Alec. Are Presbytery content with that amendment? Is the perhaps not be content? You may.
I didn't have, moderator, I had no advance sight of this, and I'm thinking on my feet. We thought long and hard about the word guided. The rationale for choosing the word guided is that it seemed a good middle position between something that was really amorphous and something that was too prescriptive. After all, one can choose not to follow a guide. And so we felt Presbytery set up this working group with the view that we should guide Presbytery. Nevertheless, clearly the issues around reviewing a Presbytery mission plan are about more than buildings. For one thing, they're about which buildings within a cluster are and how the retention of some affect the retention of others. It's also to do with personnel and where our 44 and a half ministers, etc. are going to be. That matters too. And so we didn't feel, and I don't think Presbytery wanted a Historic Churches working group to be the final word. So that's the rationale for choosing guided. It's not instructed, but it's also not just suggests. I think if I were to become convener of the Historic Churches Support Group, I think we would be glad to be consulted as part of the review process, but I don't think that needs any change to the second part of the deliverance in the print. And so I'm minded to resist the proposed amendment. And I haven't heard if it's been seconded yet.
Is there a seconder to Alex's amendment? Gavin Black has seconded it. So, convener of the Board of Mission, you have the final word.
It would have been, my first word, it would have been very helpful to have prior notice to this, even at lunchtime. But having said that, I think it was for President to decide, but I think I would agree with Donald that we actually discussed this and we thought quite carefully about it. And off the top of my head, I can't work out all the ramifications of the amendment fully. So I'd be more comfortable with it remaining the same.
Okay, Presbytery, what we have to do now is vote for and against the amendment. So if you're for, now, just before I do this, is my normal scrutineer counter. He's there. So we could the business convener and the counter, could we first of all vote for the amendment? If you stand to vote. Sorry? Note that when the Presbytery Mission Plan is formally reviewed, that review will be guided by this report in particular. That's original. All right. Note that when the Presbytery Mission Plan is formally reviewed,
that should consult.
Consultation with the Historic Churches Support Group. So when it's reviewed, there should be consultation with the Historic Churches Working Group. That's the...
What is it we need to work in?
It's on the screen.
It was.
I'm being told that it's on the screen.
Okay, so the first one is as it was in the print, and then where it says or, that's the one that we're voting on. So where it says or, that's what we're voting on just now. That's the proposed amendment from Alec.
How do you have the word?
Moderator, apologies, but my eyesight's not bad. I can't read it from you.
I'll read it in a minute. I just need to...
So I think we should have the wording very...
I will do, but there's a bit of a debate about one word.
The amendment which I proposed was, note that when the Presbytery Mission Plan is formally reviewed, that review should consult the Historic Churches Support Group.
Is that understood now?
So I'll do it one more time. Note that when the Presbytery Mission Plan is formally reviewed, that review should consult the Historic Churches Support Group.
Is that clear? Now the next thing I'm going to make clear is the vote is for Presbytery, full Presbytery members only. So not people who are cited from congregations that are not a member of Presbytery and not the corresponding members, just in case, because we've got lots of extras today. So could you please stand if you're voting in favour of the amendment? Can I please have people to stand if they are voting against the amendment, because it's not always clear if just because you've got one number you haven't got the other. I know, but I want the numbers.
Oh, I don't know.
45 against, so the amendment falls.
Gavin Black, Minister of Cooper St John's and Daresay United Parish Church. I just want to make one point that I think is worth remembering. I know that our esteemed colleagues here spoke about not having prior notice of the amendment was made, and Alec did apologise for that, and I think that's correct. Bottom line is this is a court. Okay, prior notice does not need to be given. So while Alec apologised, the bottom line is it didn't need to be given.
Thank you, Gavin. Are we now accepting 2 as in the print? Thank you. 3, we thank the members of the Historic Churches Working Group for its work, which is now at an end. And we will send our thanks to the members of that group. Do we agree to the creation of a new committee, the Historic Churches Support Group, to sit within the Board of Mission, with appropriate administrative support, possibly, its convener and personnel to be determined by the Board of Mission? The remit is as follows. Now, just to remind you that all the subgroups and task groups in the Board of Mission are responsible for the memberships of that. But there may be a more general call out in case somebody's interested in that. The provisional remit is listed there. Are you in agreement? Thank you. We'll bring the details of who the membership is at the next meeting. And 5, appoint the Reverend Donald McKeon to be the convener of the Historic Churches Support Group for 2 years. There.
Sorry, well, Donald is willing to serve, and that's fantastic, Donald. We just voted that the Board of Mission will approve the convener.
No, they'll approve the membership of the committee.
Yeah, but have they already approached somebody?
To make it easier, if I move 5.
Yes.
And then it would be for Presbytery so the Board of Mission, and as with my convener Board of Mission hat on, I'm proposing the Board of Mission that we appoint Reverend Donald McKeon to be the convener. And then we will, as the Board of Mission, will then bring forward other names.
Thank you. I'm grateful to Donald for offering. I think an element of continuity through is important because there's a lot of knowledge being gathered. Nigel, did you want to say something?
I just wondered if the nomination committee would consider appointing as ex officio the building officer
Yes.
to give
The technicals. Perfect, thank you. We will ensure that's done. And we will enlighten David.
The nominations convener was listening with
nodding head.
With his ears there. So,
and the report as a whole. No, just hold on a minute. Yeah, it should be Churches Support Group. And that was just what I read out and Donald indicated earlier, but it just needs to be changed. And the report as a whole, and I think on behalf of all of us, and I know this has been a long afternoon, but this is one of the most significant reports that has come out of the original Presbytery Mission Plan, our first Presbytery Mission Plan. And sincere thanks to you, Donald, and your committee, because I know you spent a lot of time visiting a lot of places, in addition to, and have spoken to people, in addition to those that were on the 7. And I think going forward there will be historic churches who are on the retention side that are going to need help with the trust side. And I know ours, for a start, will be knocking on the door for help as to how you set up a trust and get a trust to take on the burden of the building costs. But I also know from experience in the past that there are a number of funding bodies that will fund a community trust that won't fund the session. Thank you, Donald, and we look forward to hearing you from me again. Folks, I'm aware of the time, but we have just a couple of items of key business that we will do, and I'm now going to call Graham Beebe to give the report of the Pastoral Support Group.
Moderator Graham Beebe, convener of the Pastoral Support Group, enabler is really what I prefer. Moderator, one of the problems about reporting at the coos tail of Presbytery is that you hear all around you people saying, "Oh, for goodness sake, don't speak, I want to go home," and things like that. So I apologise to Presbytery for making a report at this stage when we do all want to get home, I'm sure. Moderator, I want to begin with a question to you. How are you? You're fine, that's good, I'm glad to hear. It's probably an oversimplification and perhaps not one which my friends on the Pastoral Care Group would entirely agree, but that is how I see the role of pastoral care and support in the life of the Presbytery. Margaret Kimmett, the chaplains and the Pastoral Support Group are in the business of asking people engaged in a variety of ministries, a wide variety of ministries across our Presbytery, how they are doing. And moderator, we don't ask that question out of politeness, because if we think about it, that probably is how we most ask that question. How are you doing? We ask it out of politeness. Although we do try to ask that question politely. We don't ask it because it's a social convention. We don't ask it because it's what we're expected to ask. We ask that question because we believe that somebody has to. And because we really want to know the answer. Because we want to provide a place where people can give an honest answer to that question and know that they will be heard and they will be listened to and that they won't be judged, that they won't be belittled for asking or for answering the question, and they won't be made to share more than they are comfortable sharing. We just want them to know that we care how they are doing. And that seems particularly important in this moment in the church, when, as we are reminded, meeting after meeting, and not just at Presbytery meetings, but in church meetings, meeting after meeting of where we are and of the issues that we are facing. No matter how much we try to look for the positives, no matter how much we see the positives again and again, we are confronted by the challenges, the difficult choices that either we are facing in our own churches or other churches are facing. And we feel that pain and we feel that grief. And so it is important that somebody asks, how are you doing? And asks that question ready and willing to hear the honest answer and to give time to hearing that honest answer. At the September Presbytery, the Pastoral Support Group have asked to organise something for the morning conference session. And we're in the process of drawing together a programme. But I can tell you that its heart, for me at least, is going to be that question. How are you doing? A question that applies to us as individuals, as much as congregations, as a presbytery, and as a church. A question we don't ask out of politeness, but because we believe that it's a question that needs to be asked, and because we really want to know the answer. So you can be thinking between now and the September meeting, how am I doing? You can be monitoring that as we go through this summer. You can be thinking about it for yourself, for your church, for your ministry, all of us. How are you doing? How are you doing in your work? How are you doing in your ministry? How are the people around you doing? And then we hope to explore some of those answers and to help you to take those back to your congregations in September. Moderator, the other item concerns a presbytery pastoral happening. If you are a child of the 60s, you'll know that happenings were all the rage. So this is a pastoral happening this coming Friday, the 23rd of June, from 11 till 2 at St Fillan's Church, Aberdour, which we've heard so much about today. Parking is available in Aberdour Station car park. It's a short walk from the church. Coffee and tea and homemade cake will be on offer, but you are asked please to bring your own lunch. This is for those engaged in ministry. It would be good, and if we can, we'd like to get some idea, a vague idea of numbers who are coming. There's no pressure to commit, but if you are thinking of coming along, if you could drop a line to Margaret Kimmett. This went out with the Presbytery mailing, so you'll find Margaret's email there, or you can drop a line to me. This event, which is being run by our team of chaplains, is intended as an informal opportunity to chat with colleagues and to share fellowship. And in the Presbytery mailing, you will find the programme for that event. And finally, moderator, my apologies to Presbytery. The membership of the pastoral support group was not included in the Presbytery committee list. I accept full and complete responsibility for that.
Thank you. Anybody got any comments or questions for Graham? Thank you very much indeed, Graham. As a follow-on to that, it's at this time each year that we remember those in ministry who've had a connection with Fife who have passed away in the last year. And there are 3 names this year. The Reverend Robert Logan, who was formerly of Abday and Dundalk, linked with Newborough. In Dunfermline Presbytery, and the let us join together in a short prayer to remember them with thanksgiving. We remember with thanksgiving all of our former colleagues who have comfort, give hope to those who are sad, console those who have been recently bereaved and who miss someone close to them, someone special, someone respected. Holy Spirit, through the challenges and opportunities of tomorrow, and in thankfulness for the past, help us to live our lives to the full in love and joy and peace. And help us to make the most of today and to give thanks each day we spend with loved ones and friends. Lord, in your love, hear our prayer. Amen. The call for clerk's business has probably have said earlier that the clerk is on business in London by royal appointment. It was an invitation of the king, so you can't very well see me.
Moderator, Alan Kimmett, Deputy Clerk. David's asked me just to note a couple of things. One of the things is he's aware that, particularly through the Presbytery Mission Plan and the work to implement the Presbytery Mission Plan, and in recognition of the review that's going to be coming, not all of the presbytery processes are working quite as smoothly as we might like, and it is his intention for the clerks to conduct a review over the summer and report back to the September meeting. As intimated in the Business Committee, there will be a review of standing orders, and we're hoping to make sure our standing orders match up with the new Church Courts Act, and also, where we can, to make things smoother and slicker. If anyone has any comments, please let us know as soon as possible. clerks, he says, I know this one's not actually got an S on it, I think it's going to have deputy clerk on the end of it, will produce a checklist for both bases of union and disposal of buildings. And finally, there was a brief mention of the visit of the moderator of the General Assembly. Planning for that visit is underway. The theme's going to be one of pilgrimage. Each day there will be a visit to follow the theme, and the focus will include poverty, rural environment, health and education, the Guild and coastal affairs. A draft programme is being developed to showcase Fife Presbytery and to allow the moderator to meet as many members of the Presbytery as possible, and there will be services in Markinch, Largo and Kincardine, as well as a special pilgrim choir service to be held at Abbots Hall on the evening of Wednesday the 27th of September, to which all singers are most welcome. Contact the clerk for details. If anyone would like to be involved in the folk who are planning that visit, the clerk would be very, very pleased to hear from them. Finally, thank you, moderator, for your moderating of this meeting. I know you thought you'd given up doing that in February. Sometimes things don't quite go to plan. It's not been the easiest or shortest meeting, but thank you very much.
Thank you. I know that the clerk intends sending out a draft programme for the moderator's visit shortly, so that there were one or two bits of the process missing, replies to invitations missing. Just to reinforce our thanks as we close to Brian as he steps down as convener of the business committee. Coming from the transition groups and straight through to being the convener of the business committee was helpful, but it was not an easy task, and we greatly appreciate what you've done, and we know that you're not taking a back seat, you're just moving over to a different seat. I also want to thank those of the elders of Presbytery that are giving up, and in some cases after an exceptional period of time. There are several people that will be retiring from a Presbytery membership, whether this one or previous, who have given over 30 years service continually to Presbytery membership. Now, to those people that are going to be new members of Presbytery, it's not a requirement to stay that long, but we really appreciate how much support and dedication these people have given us, and the advice and guidance and knowledge that they have shared. So please remember all those who are standing down, and at the meeting of the next Presbytery meeting, we'll have a full list of Presbytery members, and we will indicate the new members. And anybody who's a new member in their congregation, we are hoping to send them out some guidance about what life is like as a Presbytery elder. Three things before you go. There are a number of leaflets on the table outside which we'd like you to take. This one is a guide to supporting people with dementia in the local church, which Nigel has been involved with, and he's got enough copies. If you want to take more than one for your congregation, that's perfect. There's at least one copy for everybody on communion, the book from the Church of Scotland on communion, broadening it to everybody participating in communion. And Life and Work are really trying to promote more people to take Life and Work, because it has significantly changed in style and content over the years, and there were some free copies out there. There may not be now, and if there wasn't, we will have more arriving. The other thing is, the Fit and Well, could we have help with stacking chairs and folding the tables? The people from Wellesley will guide us as to which ones stay up and which ones stay down. Would you like to all stand and join me in singing "May the God of Peace Go With You"? Loving God.